check myself. Okay. Good evening. It's 5:30, and I'd like to call this work session to order. Just a couple announcements that Dr. Jewel Harmon, our Chief Accountability Officer, will be attending the meeting via Zoom. Is my mic working? Okay. And in opening the meeting, I'd like to call upon our interim superintendent Vela to introduce Mr.
Thank you, President Hamada, and welcome. Good evening, all. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ben Rarick, our Executive Director of Budget and Finance, who have a couple individuals that will help and other leaders, and I'll have him introduce them as they come up. But we'll start, first of all, with Mr. Rarick, please.
Good evening, board members. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you this evening. This is the second of what will be 3 budget work sessions throughout this year. As you recall, we had the last one in March where we kind of discussed some of the very hot off the press results of the legislative session and talked. Today's goal will be to wrap up with as much concreteness as we can at this point in the year where we think our revenue forecast is for next year. And then we will also voyage into the area of expenditures, okay? We are right in the middle of receiving budgets from departments and teams and schools, and so what we're talking about when we talk about expenditures today are kind of the 2 big pillars of any expenditure budget, which are staffing, right? And then the second pillar being at least what the state is doing with compensation. Obviously, collective bargaining notwithstanding, what the state is doing with compensation. So, and I want to kind of nest that, if I could, in kind of a conceptual framework that our superintendent has given us in his leadership address, was to really, as leaders in our district, think about 3 things. One is to how to finish this school year strong. And I have some slides where we can think about that through a fiscal lens. How are we going to finish this year strong? The second is starting next year strong. And I will talk about that also in the context of the budget, how we position ourselves kind of short term. And then the last is how to stay strong. And that's probably going to be the strongest theme of this presentation, as we are currently in a strong situation and trying to stay that way permanently, rather than to repeat some of our stumbles of the past in that regard. Okay. Do I have to use the clicker, or can I use the... Okay, I'll use the mouse. Okay. Okay. So here's a map of this evening's presentation. We'll talk about current year updates, the finishing strong, as it were. Then we'll talk about next year's fiscal year 23 revenue forecast, and I'll give you a slide on local revenue, I'll give you a slide on state revenue, and I'll give you a slide on federal revenue. We'll treat them as 3 separate parts. Third chunk will be to talk about expenditures preliminarily in terms of staffing and COLA and non-salary allocations. We will take a moment, and I should say that Jamie Frazier, who I know you're all familiar with, will be speaking to the slides on the staffing process, and then subsequent to that, Dr. Wade Behringer will be speaking to a slide about the capital budget planning that we are doing right now, and then I will wrap up with some kind of long-range strategic reflections on our next steps, which would be the staying strong part of the presentation. Okay. Just to reground ourselves in the timeline, very typical that we would have work session number 2 in late April. I want to make a note here that I know everybody likes to have the PowerPoint slides for these a week in advance. We received the F203 revised data from OSPI like finished yesterday. So we literally spent all day in spreadsheets. And part of the, I should say, when I say we, I mean really Lisa, the director of budget, And so that will always be a struggle when it comes to these second April budget work sessions, because we are conveying information that is being shared with us on a late breaking cycle. So we beg your indulgence in that regard. So after the third work session, June 22nd, or excuse me, after the second work session, June 22nd, right around the last day of school, is the third work session for those of you that haven't gone through this. And at that point, we're kind of sharing with you the budget aggregated, summarized to show you literally in hard numbers what we're looking at, revenues to expenditures, fund balance, et cetera. It goes from there, sent to the Educational Service District for a technical review, and then the board returns after the summer to adopt it just prior to starting the school year in September. Most districts do one budget hearing, which is advertised typically before the August 24th hearing. In this district, we have historically done 2 budget hearings, which includes a hearing before the August 24th, as well as a hearing around the last board meeting in June as well. Okay. So we've really made an extra effort this year to ground some of this budget discussion in some of the high-level strategic targets that the superintendent has given us. And in that vein, you'll see me call out the emphasis on, the focus on district-wide classroom learning and learning supports. And by learning supports, we're referring to, social emotional learning supports that obviously take on a heightened state of importance. I don't even know if we can say post-pandemic, but in the pandemic and getting close to the end of the pandemic. And we'll talk about some investments, some real investments in those areas to be kind of consistent with that philosophy. And to me, that really ties into core value, both core value number 2 and number 3. Number 2 in the sense that there's a clear focus on that classroom learning and the supports. And 3 is that we're actually going to be engaging fairly aggressively with community partnerships in the providing of those learning supports, and you'll hear more about that later. Okay? One of the ways that we have tried to bring the strategic plan alive in the use of the budget and the ESSER funds is the ESSER mini grants. I don't believe I've briefed the board on the ESSER mini grants before, so I wanted to bring you up to speed on what they are and what's happening and kind of where we're at. ESSER mini grants are an opportunity basically for schools to apply for access to ESSER funds through at least their executive director leaders, to offer innovative programs in furtherance of their SIP goals. And I believe they presented their SIP plans to you. And so the next page will break it down by the numbers, but some examples of the types of things that schools are doing with these mini grants include targeted professional development for their teaching workforce, purchasing library materials to further literacy goals in their SIP plan, strengthening social emotional learning and trauma-informed discipline practices, offering after-school enrichment programs, summer school. Indeed, we'll have summer school across the district this year, funded largely by the availability of ESSER dollars, and finally, student leadership training. By the numbers, here's where we're at. We've had 40 total approved grants. I know there's more in the pipeline, but we have 40 approved right now. We have allocated over $500,000 in these ESSER mini grants to schools. Doesn't mean that's been spent, but it's been allocated. And the average grant's about $15,000. And so this year, May 15th, and I'm kind of including this not just for the board's benefit, but for those who may be watching as well. I'm trying to get out there that May 15th is the last day that we're accepting ESSER mini grants for the current school year. As it would be only a month left, right, before we're wrapping up for the year. So lots of variety, innovation, and kind of tailoring to the specific needs of schools based on the leadership of the principal and in concert with the EDLI and the school improvement plan.
Can I ask a question or should I wait?
Absolutely, go ahead and ask it at this point.
Can we go back? I know there's more than 40 schools in our
Yeah.
district. And so we see a deadline of May 15th. Are we doing check-ins with the schools to make
Yes,
sure? I'm assuming every school has needs.
Yeah.
So I would like to see every school's needs met.
Yeah. I think at this point, Director Bendo, I think we've received an application. I believe we've received an application for virtually every school. It doesn't mean that those have all gone through the approval process yet. The ones that were submitted early on have all been approved and are in action. Some of them are more late breaking. But yes, we are making a check-in with the schools that haven't applied to say, there's this opportunity. But frankly, if we're being candid here, it's an important part of the conversation. This has been a really difficult year for all schools. There's a lot going on. Principals are dealing with a lot. And so we're trying to help them kind of get there. But with all that has transpired with COVID and all the responsibilities on buildings, it's hard sometimes to create a grant application and manage all of that. So we try to help with that as much as we can to kind of get them there to the finish line.
Yeah, I guess that's also my concern too, is just like if there's a certain budget that we've set, what happens if the schools kind of go over like what our set budget is for those ESSER funds? Are we willing to go over? Are we just going to cut it off? Because my other concern is like if schools have needs and they submit what they have as far as needs.
Yep.
I thought that the average is 14,000.
Yep.
Which is okay, but it feels like 14,000 is not going to necessarily pay for summer school or bring in great professional development.
Yeah.
So I guess my question then is like, we know we have more ESSER funds coming, question mark? I'm assuming. So I guess that's my question.
I'm sorry, did you?
So if I may, great question. These are not the only dollars available.
Right.
What we heard in our school improvement planning process is there are Title I dollars, there are Title III, there are LAP dollars, there are a number of other budgets that school teams, by the way, principals are not alone, and when they put together their school improvement plans, they're with a team, and they strategically look at what are the needs that they have based on the learning needs that Mr. Eric mentioned. And these dollars really are above and beyond that. So they need to be strategic in nature, and they need to be targeted for a specific goal or goals in a school improvement plan. So these are just part of the dollars.
Awesome, thank you.
And apropos to your question, Director Beno, we have basically made the statement to schools that if they are out of resources, whether it be LAP, title, or any previous ESSER grant, we will still subsidize. We want to make sure everybody is doing summer school that wants to offer summer school. So nobody will have the obstacle of saying, I just didn't have the money to offer a summer school program. There are a number of buildings that want to use their LAP funds because they need, they have those available and they want to exhaust that resource first.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was worried about that, because it's like, summer school costs more than 14,000. So that was my concern, so thank you.
I mean, I think one of the reasons, maybe I'm wrong, but that schools don't want to apply for, things like this, because ESSER fund's going to go away. So therefore, if they provide a program that they cannot continue, they would have to think about it and say, what can I use for this money for one-time use? And then be able to, that's why
I think that you're correct about that. But I would say that we're getting a lot of applications. I mean, the 40 are the ones that have already been allocated. There's more in the pipeline. So I don't want to give you the impression that we haven't received a lot of, we are receiving a lot of applications. And in some cases, we get 2 or 3, so.
Mr. Eric, seeming you have paused, just a quick question, because I've written a lot of grants for a nonprofit, my most unfavorite project to do, I might add. Are the grants pretty complicated or pretty simplistic
They
to
are
apply?
extremely uncomplicated.
Okay, that's good to know.
Basically, the purpose of we've created a little survey module that they fill out, and we need something to be able to show the auditor
Right.
when we show. But they basically there's about 4 or 5 fields that they fill out to basically.
That's good to know, not pages.
What are they doing? What are the resources they're using? And it was designed with your question in mind, Director Hamada.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to move quickly through the next slides as they will look familiar to you, but they're important to emphasize here, which is part of the finishing strong here. Current year, this is a reflection of fund balance levels through the end of February, And I circle there in red, you see that somewhat anomalous V shape, right? You remember that, what that was? We're starting to see there, when the fund balance dropped, the effects of high staffing and low enrollment, right? What did we do? We brought in ESSER funds to stabilize the fund balance. We'll continue to do so, but that gives you a glimpse of the underlying situation sans ESSER funding, okay? I want you to keep that in mind as we go through. Here is a depiction of the 5-year enrollment figures through February. I can tell you I've had a look at March and April, and it's the same trend. So, and it puts us since 2017-18 down about 2,400 students, FTE basis. Here's the staffing graph that you're accustomed seeing, hopefully at this point, but simply updated. You'll notice that classified staffing is relatively flat, driven a lot, I understand, by just labor market conditions for classified staff. But we have been robustly staffing our schools, and we're pleased to do so, by the way, because that's what we do as a business, but nevertheless, robustly staffing our classrooms and programs with certificated staff, and we continue to increase over prior year levels.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Superintendent Bella, are those increased staffing levels, is there a particular driver? And what would that be?
Well,
I mean, I realize we overstaff for
Yeah.
K through 3, I got that. But
Right.
is there anything else that moved?
well, I think two ways, two answers I'll give, and I'd like Ben to address the third, if there's other. One is, recall the enrollment stabilization dollars that came in. That was a big driver initially. Districts were not sure what they were going to do, because keep in mind, they budgeted for the kids to come, and that's the reason for that. The next one really was, as the pandemic continued, it still was unknown when we were going to come back in person, as you recall.
Okay.
So that was another driver. Now that we are now moving into 22-23, and I've shared this in several, with the Chamber and some others, that we weren't expecting the 100%, enrollment stabilization dollars. We did get some. We were glad for that, because districts are still unsure. So that's another driver, is what's the uncertainty out there, in addition to where we are now as we move forward in the future, as Mr. Eric said. If you wanted to add anything to those pieces,
Yeah.
I would say those are one of the key drivers.
Yes, if I may, I'll add to that. I think that is absolutely the narrative here. Last year, we had a decision to make, You could see the handwriting on the wall in terms of enrollment dropping. The decision was, are we going to reduce staffing, not knowing if these kids are going to materialize the moment we open the doors in bricks and mortar buildings or not? It's a bit of a catch-22 situation, right? If you reduce staffing, all the kids show up back, everybody's like, well, why did you reduce the staffing? You're just going to hire them back, et cetera, right? Now, the presence of ESSER funding and stabilization funding really was designed to give us the option of not reducing staffing last year, because the whole point was preserving instructional continuity. So we made that decision. We lived with it, that we were not going to make reductions last year, and we didn't. Then we open the doors to buildings. Then we lose even more students, right? And the second decision comes, which is like, okay, now we're on our second year of reduced enrollment. And now, I don't want to, I'll just say it from my perspective here. I don't want to put words into anybody's mouth, but something needs to happen in terms of a recalibration of staffing at this point, being kind of at the all-time most enriched ratios. The question became, how aggressive or not should that move be? And I think what you're going to hear in the next 10 slides is really not very aggressive, okay? Kind of erring on the side of protecting the buildings now, light touch. Essentially, the only change at this point is to kind of correct allocations for dropped enrollment rather than actually changing the allocations, if you understand the distinction I'm making, and Jamie's going to talk about that. So our conversation has me kind of jumping to the end a little bit, but what I want to give you a flavor for here is that what you're going to see was probably the least aggressive option. And the reason that feel like we're able to do that is because of the intervention of the federal government in the provision of ESSER funds for the very purpose of stabilizing continuity of instruction.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next two slides are really more for your reference. I'll briefly go over them, but I found that I spend about a half an hour on each one of them. They're interesting. This is the last 10 years of staffing sliced a couple different ways. The first is, first time you look at it, you might just think it's all staff in all programs. It's not, so just focus on the fact that this is not everybody. This is all staff in basic ed programs. What does that exclude? That excludes categorical programs. Why would you exclude categorical programs? Because categorical programs are, in a sense, kind of self-sustaining. They get their own revenue, and if the revenue goes up, of course we staff more. LAP being an example. We've seen increases in LAP funding. We've hired more staff in LAP. And that's not a problem, right? You hire to the level that you, but basic ed is kind of it is not necessarily self-sustaining. You have to manage it independently, okay? So does that make sense? So this graph depicts over time the relationship of staffing in those programs. And you can really see 2016 and 17 pop right off the screen, right?
Because I don't think anyone in this room can see it, but I have it on my computer. So to me, it looks like the years we had the highest student enrollment, we have the lowest staffing. It's like it's doing a weird thing where the higher the enrollment, like 2012, 2013, 2014, it's like the enrollment is high in 20. It's just doing the wrong thing. It's doing the wrong thing the whole time.
Hold on
It
a
seems
second.
like it's.
Got it?
See, it's like 2012, we have some of the highest enrollment ever and some of the fewest teachers ever. Then we have less kids in 2013, but we have more teachers. So it looks like we keep doing that. We keep, you know?
What I see is 2016 and 2017 are the highest.
Yeah.
Highest
but-
in staffing and
And then lowest students.
Student, yeah.
lowest in ratios.
Yeah, so, but it's
The
going.
ratio is an enriched, lower ratio.
It's not
higher-
aligning though.
They're not aligning.
It's like it seems like we're understaffed when we have more students and then we maybe staff up. Am I misinterpreting that?
I'm seeing it, can I take a shot at it?
Yeah.
Because I know it's hard, it takes a while to digest it, which is part of why I thought, there might be an entire work session on these two graphs, but I think what you're seeing on the right is the student-staff ratio, which is if that is lower, that represents a more enriched staffing, a lower class size, as it were, meaning higher staff. So in 16 and 17, you see the number of staff was very high, and it's not exactly class size, but maybe you can think about it that way. The class size is really low, right? Then you can see what we went through, right? When many of us went through there in 18 and 19, you can see the immediate reversal of that, right? Which led to what? Increasing of the ratio, which is kind of what you would expect. Now, the thing that you don't have on this graph, the final year you don't have the ratio because, of course, we don't have a year-end enrollment. But what I'm trying to give you an appreciation for is the cycle of that, right? That 16 and 17 was not a great stretch for us as a district, which led to what it led to, right? And really, the presence of ESSER funding is allowing us to kind of maintain some continuity, but you can see the historical trend here, right? And so the starting strong, or finishing strong, starting strong, and staying strong, the staying strong part of this is understanding this graph and understanding that we have all sorts of decisions to make on how quickly we make action and how we make action, but the action itself hopefully is assumed.
So just for clarity, so I make sure I'm understanding. So I'm just looking at the top. In 2012, we had lower staffing and higher class sizes.
Correct. Now, they're not strictly speaking class sizes,
Ratio.
but,
The ratio.
Right, the
yeah,
ratio,
because
yeah.
there's going to be
Right.
some people in this that are not strictly speaking teachers, but staff to student ratio is a good way to think about it.
Right, so we count staff as, like in elementary, we count it as the specialists, right?
Correct.
The
So,
librarians.
I just want to be clear, there's more in here than just teachers, but the
Right.
teachers are the vast majority of what you're seeing.
But I guess I'm still not, understanding, because it looks like when we have the highest staffing is when we have the lowest class sizes.
That's
That
right.
doesn't,
That's
so,
right.
I know, but it's like, is it also related to students too? Like, I would be curious to see how many, is it also those years that we had, again, like I'm saying, in 2012, did we have the most amount of students ever in 2012?
We had the most amount of students ever in 2017, 18.
Okay.
So in a sense, and I apologize that it's a difficult graph, but once you grasp it, it's powerful.
Right.
That there is an intuitive relationship here. The further out the left graph gets, the shorter the right graph gets, because they are inversely proportional. The more people you employ,
Right.
you would expect the
And-
staff,
and-
the class size to get smaller, right? Now, I'm going to be able to come back to you at some point in the future and show you that final bar on the right.
Right.
And that final bar on the right is going to be really low, right? Because
I'm at-
we have preserved staffing while enrollment has continued to drop.
It makes sense, because 2016, 2017, we had the highest, and what happened after that? We had a
That's right.
financial issue,
That's right.
right?
Correct.
And that's,
And I just,
we're teetering in that situation right now.
that's right. ESSER is allowing us to extend our,
Exactly.
our grace period.
So, yeah,
So
we have to think about that.
that's fine. We're using it the way it's intended, and we don't have to apologize for that. But it's important to understand the history.
Right.
Okay, and so what you're saying is the right-hand line, because I think we've looked at this before. So for 2022, the right-hand line's going to be under 12?
Correct. Well, it'll be, 12? Oh, you're on the other graph. I was on
The other-
look at the next one, if you would, I'll just.
Right.
So I'm surmising that the next, I don't know yet, but the brown bar at the very end there, I would expect to be much closer to that gray strike line there.
Okay, and I guess I'm confused too, because I didn't know that ESSER was intended for just staffing. I thought it was for other things. I thought
In-
it was for one-time things.
Correct. That's correct. It was, there's almost I might not be able to quote the phrase, but, in the main, ESSER was intended to allow school districts to stabilize their program during the period of COVID-19. To maintain and strengthen continuity of instruction during a time when you would really expect school districts to be releasing staff because they're losing enrollment, right? So how do you mitigate that? Well, these funds essentially are kind of a backfill of that. So,
Okay, because I'm confused too, because we're one of the few districts that projected increased enrollment this year, right? I think when we started this year, that was one of the things about this budget this year, that we were projecting some increased enrollment,
we did,
correct?
that is correct.
And I don't think other districts did that, did they?
I believe that they did, but just to frame that, the theory and rationale of it, which turned out to be wrong, but the theory and the rationale of it was, we lost students because we closed buildings. We will get students back when we open buildings. I mean, there's a kind of a
Wait,
intuitive logic there, right?
Okay, say that again, please?
We lost students because we closed buildings. We will get students back because we are opening buildings. And at the time of the budget in the spring of the previous year, remember, we thought we were very close to opening buildings back up.
Yeah.
It took much longer for buildings to open back up. And even when they did, we didn't see a resurgence in the enrollment as we anticipated. So,
Okay, so, but everyone across the state lost students because they closed buildings.
pretty close,
Okay.
pretty close.
And we did take much longer to open, you're correct, than
Correct.
most other districts in the
Correct.
whole, so.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to, some of this just doesn't make sense in my head. So,
And that's okay, because I think that's true for all of us. It's a difficult topic, and it's my job to try to make it simple. If I need to break it down some more, you can invite me to do so. I'm trying to make it like digestible for you all, and I don't think we have to, it's complicated. That's why we do work sessions.
Mr. Rarick, and if you don't want to elaborate on this to get through your program, but I'm focused on the future, on the mission, and I just heard you say we're going to be very cautious about letting our staff be reduced in the
Yes.
future.
Yes.
And ESSER funds will be coming to an end. So at what point do I get nervous about that?
That is a great question. That if you'll indulge me, that's the final slide of the presentation.
Okay.
And I actually
I'm sorry.
addressed that specifically.
I just want somebody to have a handle on
But it
that.
thrills me to no end that you're asking that question, because that's exactly
I've been nervous all year.
point.
So,
Okay? All right, so we're to the point of the presentation. We're going to talk about local, state, federal revenue. One slide for each. Here's local revenue. Local revenue is just predominantly the collection of excess levy, right? You go out, you pass levy, you collect those dollars. And here's a little history going back to 2016. Do you have that? Yeah, you're seeing what I'm seeing? Okay. Interesting that we're not even back to where we were, is one item of note. The second item of note is that you'll see the light blue kind of caps on the first graph. We used to receive what's called levy equalization dollars from the state, which was reserved for school districts who had low property wealth. Much has changed in Canada in 6 or 7 years. And I receive a lot of phone calls about property values. And so that's part of our journey as well, is we're no longer in LEA, referred to as LEA district, or levy equalization district. And then the last graph on the right, it's got that kind of shaded hashtag, just to show you that that's projected. And the other thing to realize is that is the amount we project to be able to collect under the state's per pupil limit. So if we had the enrollment that we had several years ago, we would be collecting more. But this is a result now that we are impacted by the levy cap. The legislature did us a service by providing some hold harmless on that, but it's still, we're being held harmless to a number that's still lower than where we were. So you're starting to see the impact in a variety of ways of lost enrollment. That's local revenue. Let's talk about state revenue. We toyed with lots of different ways to try to show this, and I do understand it's a busy graph. I'm going to try to summarize it for you, just to provide a historical perspective. The takeaway here, a couple things to be shown on this graph and then on the subsequent graph. Most of the money is just coming in general apportionment dollars, so most of what you see in the shaded regions is modest increases, but not where the real money is. The real money is in apportionment. Okay? Why is the money in apportionment? Oh, I'm sorry. Remember the extraordinarily high, first time ever that as far as I've been involved in this field, a COLA amount of 5.5%. Never seen it, almost double what is typical of an annual legislative cycle. That 5.5%, you think, great, that's really allocating a considerable amount of money to the school district, maybe $14, $15 million. That's actually not the way to think about it. The way to think about it is when they allocate that, they're basically sending us a bill. Because the COLA, and again, nothing in this presentation shall be construed that the district will be providing a 5.5% COLA in bargaining to everybody, but for the sake of our conversation, the cost of a 5.5% COLA for everybody will be about $3 million more than what the state has allocated to us. So it is a net bill of $3 million rather than thinking about the $17 million, or excuse me, the $14 million that's allocated.
Because the COLA is based on state funding,
That is
not
correct.
necessarily the staffing that we do through local.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Interesting.
And so the local levy becomes responsible for the unfunded share. Now, that's reasonable, I understand that, right? But we just looked at our local levy slide, right? You're seeing like, okay, not a big increase there in the projected collections of the local levy. So you're starting to put the pieces together here. Okay? Let's talk about federal revenue. Federal revenue is one of these ones that is a struggle, so it's always off cycle. We don't typically get our allocations or notice of award, or however you say it, notice of award, until May of each year. By that time, we've already been through 2 work sessions with you, but we have a sense of what's coming, and we can think about it in 2 chunks. One is the kind of the title arena, and one is ESSER. When we think about ESSER, ESSER is a known entity. We know the amount of available claims, how much we've claimed so far. You all receive a 3-page synopsis of that in every financial statement. When you flip to the back, you can see what we're eligible for, what we spent. We try to break down what we spent it on, and you can kind of keep an eye on that. We don't expect anything to change about that. In the title arena, we're not expecting large increases in funding. If anything, it's going to be a small inflationary increase, is what I have been led to believe. The only change here is that even though the total amount might not change all that much, buildings may see more because of the effects of COVID, we experienced larger carryover amounts in these programs, right? It's hard to spend your title money when you're virtual instruction, you know? So the carryover amount expands, and then you're in a position, well, we need to allocate more to buildings so that we can leverage those carryover dollars. So ironically, even though we may not receive more funding, schools may receive more funding. Okay? So majority of the state revenue, a couple of tying points on revenue overall. As you've seen, we're not really expecting a lot more local revenue from the local excess EP&O levy. We're not really expecting more new federal revenue on the title landscape. And we know what ESSER is. So the sandbox of change is state funding and state apportionment. And the largest of that being the assumed COLA amount, which the cost we think to provide a 5.5% all in would be about 17.2 million. The state's going to send us about 14 million, 14.1. So the local levy would absorb maybe, I mean, these are round numbers, but let's say 3.1 million. Remember that slide we looked at? Okay, you go back, you look, okay, is there 3.1 million? Not quite, right? So it's interesting, you know, the large allocation from COLA is kind of a bill, if you can conceptualize that. The other thing is we're experiencing, and I think you'll hear this at tonight's board meeting and a lot of board meetings where we're trying to buy things like a forklift or a power jack or things like the price of things.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
The price of things.
Yes.
Inflation is really impacting school districts. So the state has allocated an additional $3 million for us for our non-salary cost increases. I would surmise that the actual impact to school districts in terms of the price of things and the price of trying to get things, it's just 2 different things, outpaces that. So we are fortunate and thankful that the legislature is thinking about the schools, and we appreciate that. We really do. But I want the directors to understand that the real impact on the ground is sometimes not what it seems. With that, I'm going to transition to my colleague,
Before
Ms.
you
Frazier, who
transition-
is responsible for and you'll have plenty of opportunities I'm coming back if
Okay.
that's all
I'm
right.
s- Okay.
I'm
just
afraid that
worried.
my teammates are not going to get their due time here.
All right, good evening, directors of the board, Mr. Vella. Thank you for allowing me to present to you. On our fiscal year 23 staffing allocations, I'm going to do a little more reading than Mr. Rarick, so I apologize in advance, but I want to make sure I hit all the points that I want to present to you. Let's see, and I'll have to learn how to use this as well. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to share an overview of the considerations that went into the building of the basic education classroom staffing models for the upcoming 22-23 school year. One thing we did continue on with this school year is the enhanced staffing ratio of 1:23. That is going to help us achieve that K-3 class size funding targets. And as we know, the K-3 class size is not just our classroom FTE, it's also spread district staffing that we utilize for K-3. Our specialists are included in that, as well as a portion of special ed teachers that service our K-3 students. So with a 1:23, as well as that additional FTE built in there, we should be able to hit that allocation. Last year, or this current school year, we did remove splits in the classrooms where we could. We are building some splits staffed back into the classrooms this school year. We will go over that a little bit more in a following slide. That's just building on that narrative of reducing FTE. We also moved forward with the same adjusted ratio for the 1:23 in basic ed classroom for the middle school level. This adjustment helps us staff the core content classrooms, as well as helps us, we have challenges when we rotate from PE into health, because PE you can have a higher class size, but health requires you to have the lower basic ed classroom class size. So this ratio helps adjust for that. And then I'm going to speak to ESSER funding a little bit, and we did continue ESSER funding FTE into the next school year, so we'll have a slide that goes over that as well, and what positions these are. And then the last piece of this here is we did not carry forward a 1.0 FTE at our high schools, our 4 comprehensive high schools. This was an enhanced funding for the buildings, and this is above and beyond the contractual FTE levels. And after reviewing the staffing and the need to begin to reduce FTE based on the lower enrollment projections, this was an area we felt we could recapture with little impact to the buildings. So. All right. So as we look at some of these key decision points, one thing to note is these are projections built on the same allocation ratios basically across K through 12 as we did this year. So really the reduction that you're going to be seeing is based on the lower enrollments. All right, and this is the basic ed classroom FTE that we're looking at. With that said, this slide represents a decrease in basic ed classroom staffing for the 22-23 school year, and it's broken down between K3, 4, 6, and secondary as well. You'll see a overall 42.5 FTE projected to reduce over K12.
Question.
Yes.
Nurses and school psychs.
Not included in this. Positions funded by categorical dollars aren't included in this FTE. Music, PE, library, media positions, CTE positions, nurses, psychs, all our ESAs are not included. This is generally speaking to basic ed classroom. So elementary, you can see a reduction of 18 FTE across the board, 12 in 4 through 6. And secondary, the reduction is 12.5 FTE. The most reduction is in the middle school level. 3 of our high schools actually did go up slightly in FTE based on enrollment projections. So you may be wondering, how do we recapture this?
That would be my exact question.
Yeah, excellent, I have it right here. We are able to recapture this FTE through the spring involuntary transfer, or the IVT process. That's where we reshuffle around. We are also receiving separations coming in. We have openings that we see in buildings. Some buildings may be slightly higher projected for enrollment, and so we reshuffle our staff. This is our opportunity to do so. We also do it through attrition, natural attrition that we receive this time of year. And then also, Ben mentioned the categorical funding. Buildings can choose to move staff into categorical funding positions if they choose to do so, and that's really a decision made at the building level by the principal based on their building needs.
But it's not necessarily that easy though, right? Because there's a bargaining process that's done through KEA for this. Can you describe that a little bit and how this will be affected by that?
The upcoming bargain with
Oh, like staff do just shift into positions,
We
right?
do have-
Like it doesn't work like that exactly, right?
Correct. So we do have an opportunity in the spring to do that through the IVT. And then we have to have all staff, after that IVT, we do need to have an agreement with the union, with KEA, if we want to reallocate staff from one building to another. We can shift staff around within the building. Say you need a second grade teacher, but you could reduce a fourth grade teacher, or whatever that looks like. You could shift that teacher into that second grade position, move the FTE around as needed. If we needed to allocate an additional FTE based on increased enrollment projections coming in, that does need to happen by the first contracted day that the teachers come back. So there is some opportunity there for us to balance before we get to the beginning of the year. And then again, I think I covered this before, but these allocations are based off of projections, and they can be expected to fluctuate as enrollment comes in as we work toward the beginning of the school year. All right. So as mentioned earlier, we are projected to staff some splits in our building this upcoming year. This slide represents three-year comparison. The first 2 years, 2021 and 21-22, those are actuals. So those are the splits we did end up with in our basic ed classrooms, and the projections for 22-23, that's what we presented to the buildings when staffing went out. We did staff some splits in there. We're projected to staff 16 splits this coming school year. Those include some of the buildings that have dual language programs in there. Sometimes the non-dual language basic ed classroom is a little bit lower in enrollment for that classroom once you pull out the dual language students, and you can staff a split there. Does not include our high cap splits that we have. We have 3 that were projected as we sent out staffing this school year. So let's see, as the building leaders review their staffing, they do have options to dissolve splits as needed, so they can certainly sit down, look at their enrollment, look at their roll-up numbers to see if that's something that they can do, and we certainly will work with them to see if we can move staffing around that they were allocated within building to make sure that that happens. And again, that does need to happen by the first contracted day of the school year. or
I'm always
teachers.
concerned about splits though, because I just feel bad for the teachers. I feel like it's extra work, and I like to see the 3 better than the 16. And while I understand, I think that we need to try our best to reduce that number, at least for me. I just think of the elementary teachers I talk to, they're basically doing 2 full curriculums, they're doing 2 jobs, and I just feel like that's a lot to ask our teachers in that position to do that. That's just what I think.
So-
My experience is it isn't great for the kids either. It's because my kid has done that, so, you know.
We really try not to staff splits in K1. We haven't staffed any splits in K1. 2, 3, and 5, 6. And it really is dependent on the projected enrollment of the building. And you can take a look at the class size projections. If you take away a split, you may have some really low class sizes in that building in that grade level. So that's the decision point that we did. We did work last year to remove the splits in the building based on the philosophy that we were staffing on at that time, so.
I just wanted to add just one point, if I may. The team does a great job of, number one, projecting enrollment for the next year. And as you know, that fluctuates. The pieces that we don't have control over is how many kids in either side of that split. There's some that don't make sense and some that make better sense, okay? So the team's always looking at that from a curriculum perspective, conceptual and those kinds of things. So I just wanted to point that out, that we may start off with a preliminary projection that you see right here. It could be totally different once we hit day one, as Ms. Frazier mentioned. So we're constantly looking at those numbers. And so, and the last point I'll make it's an additional cost to us. And so as we do this, we need to make sure we're strategic on where that's happening so that we're doing the very best that we can for each school as that staffing fluctuates. So just wanted to bring those points out while we're having this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, the next area that we built staffing on is our ESSER funding. So as mentioned earlier, The current ESSER-funded positions staffed this school year were reviewed through the Academic and Wellbeing Recovery Task Force for the ESSER staffing, and decisions were made to continue the current ESSER-funded positions for the upcoming school year, and they'll be reviewed on a regular basis for efficacy. So we did staff this current school year school success coaches at all buildings that did not currently have an ESSA or an ESSA coach. We are shifting the ESSA coaches over to a 1.0 school success coach this year. The ESSER funding has sunsetted, and we are moving over to every school will have a school success coach instead. And then we're continuing the 1.0 FTE for our 6 high schools. That includes our academy buildings as well, for credit recovery, learning acceleration, and the like. And then the last bit I wanted to touch on, so just additional staffing considerations as we move into the year. We're in the preliminary stages of building staffing for the Kent Virtual Academy. It's an additional staffing consideration beyond what we've touched on earlier. The enrollment or the FTE projections do not include FTE staffing for the Virtual Academy. And we are just in, like I said, in the preliminary stages of staffing for this. We've hired the principal. We're moving forward with hiring for the 4 content team positions. Still taking a look at the clerical staffing levels as well. And then we're meeting weekly with the KVA planning team, Dr. Behringer, in collaboration to build that. And it is a rolling enrollment, and then we will build staffing based off of that. So staffing will increase as enrollment increases. And if there's no other questions? Yeah.
This may be a little hard question, and I can accept not answering it, but I look at this percentage, and I see 18 K through 3, 12.5, 4 through 6, and I didn't see a number at high school. What does that realistically in people? What does that say to you that we can expect? Because to me, that's quite a few people.
Correct, and I can certainly get that information for you. Like I mentioned before, 42.5 FTE doesn't necessarily mean we're reducing 42.5 people. We recapture through attrition. Some of these, the buildings have received an increase in their categorical funding, LAP and title. They've been able to absorb some staff there, and we've been able to reshuffle staff within the IVT. In fact, we were able to find places for all individuals that were included in that. So the more so recapture will be through attrition at this point, and we're not riffing. We're reducing FTE. We're not riffing individuals or staff.
Do you, by any chance, I've been told that there's a difference between allocation of a teacher, an actual teacher, to students instead of this 1 to 23. Do you know, could I possibly in the future see what the actual ratio is in the classroom to teachers?
Yes, we can get that. We can get a projected one right now, and then we can certainly take a look once students are in at the beginning of the school year and get the what is the actual average class size across K6.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate that question because it matches to what I just said earlier, that we start off with a projection and you have ratios that we've allocated. Then when we hit the first 5, 10, 15 days of school, that ratio just changed. So it's a time for us to say how old we do, but now let's look at actuals, including those we said that we thought were going to be split in places that now maybe they may be needed elsewhere. And so I appreciate that question.
I get concerned every time I hear the word attrition because it seems to be counter to our goal of recruiting, hiring, retaining. Attrition is the exact opposite of retention because it implies that we're not doing anything to make sure that our valued employees are staying in the district. It's just, I have a hard time with that word because it's just basically commodifies teachers, and teachers are there on the front lines with our kids, and I know probably everyone in this room has a story about a teacher impacted their life, and just how teachers have impacted my own kids' lives, you know, as my last one graduates this year. And so, again, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my brain around how attrition supports our mission and our core values.
Attrition can mean retiring too, though, correct? And I mean,
includes- yeah.
it appears to me that a lot of my friends that are younger than I am are really retiring right now, but they've been teaching forever, you know. So I'd be interested to know how much attrition is through a retirement.
Yeah, and it can include retirements, separations, as well as moving on to a different position within the district, whether you're moving into more of an administrator or a district level position.
Yeah. I just don't want to minimize this, because it
Absolutely.
really, you know, I don't want to minimize this, because we're talking about human beings that are impacting our littlest human beings. And again, I'm having a really hard time with that.
I mean, I know, and from the technical world, there's no, the word loyalty has gone out of the window long time ago. So people are always looking for how they can better their lives. So yes, a teacher can say tomorrow, you know what, I want to do something else. That does not mean that they don't love our kids. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe attrition is part of that also, is that they might go to another district that, you know, pays a little bit more. And that's reality. We can't say, how come you going somewhere else?
I just want to make sure they're going to the other district, not for reasons that are out of our control, not for reasons that are in our control. And if you're hoping for attrition, that's a philosophy. And it's like, to me, if you're hoping for attrition, then you're doing nothing to make, you know, the job worthwhile to stay here.
I agree.
We do certainly experience a certain amount of attrition every year. We will be, at some point, I'm not sure when that's scheduled, presenting on our recruitment and retention as well. So certainly can take this information back to my team and build around that information as well, so that we can provide you what the district is doing to retain our teachers and staff. Introduce Dr. Behringer.
You got 3 minutes, Dr. Barrington.
Yeah,
Not to put pressure on you, just,
You have two, and
and exactly, less than 2 now.
Well, and because I want to make sure that Ben can get back up here and wrap up his piece. So this will be very, very quick. As you know, our bond, our 2016 bond, is coming to the end of a normal cycle, which is 6 to 7 year cycle. And so we're in that place where we need to start having a conversation about our next capital measure. And I know that's hard to take because we just walked away from the positive passing of our AP&O levy in February, but we are in that space where we need to start having a conversation about our capital campaign that needs to be coming up here pretty soon. So one thing we also need to understand as we're wrapping up our 2016 bond projects is the impact of the pandemic and our ability to get the materials that we need to be able to do these projects. So that has prolonged our ability to finish projects. So people might say, well, we can't go out for another bond until you get this bond taken care of. Well, that's not usually how bonds work anyhow. There is usually overlap in between those, because when you go out for a bond, you don't get access to that money for potentially 6 months to a year after that anyhow. And so if you go out for a bond in 2023, you're not going to get access till the end of 2023 or into 24. So we're working through the 2016 bond projects. Those will be wrapped up 23, 24, into the 24-25 school year, because we're dealing with 2 years of the pandemic. We're dealing with less vendors being accessible to be able to do the projects that we need. And we're dealing with the supply chain issues, which you guys just saw in front of you in a yesterday, is the forklift issue. And there's only one forklift for 2 carriers in the entire state for the next 52 weeks. So that's the kind of things that we're dealing with. So we don't want to wait until we're all done spending our 2016 bond money to start getting ready for our 2023 measure. And so just so you know, we're working through that. We're spending a lot of time with our capital measures team, who's been meeting all the way through the levy process, transitioned right from the levy right into the capital measure conversation. And so we've been meeting not only with our financial advisor, who has advised us, you need to go out in 2023 calendar year. So that's why we're sharing this in this particular space, and we'll have more conversations as we move forward, but we want to make sure that's out there. We're also spending the time to meet with outside consultants who do this work and successfully in large districts when they passed over 60% in their capital measures. And so this is not something we feel like we can do ourselves. And so we as a staff here in Kent, but also our community, we need support from experts who do this for a living. And so I'll leave it at that. More information to come. I want to get back to Ben the last minute or so.
Okay, so like 2 minutes, right? So, recapping a couple points, but I wanted to come back to the question that you asked Chair Hamada earlier, and I said it's the last slide, and you were asking about kind of finishing strong, starting strong, staying strong. The staying strong part, when do we act? How quickly do we act? And I'll let you read the first few bullets yourself. I'm going to skip to that final point. The way things that are kind of,
Can you want to switch the slide?
oh, sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think the strategy that we're employing right now could be summarized in a couple of statements. First of all, we're designing a thoughtful step-down approach, not an overnight step-down. We could have very easily just gone down to the contractual minimums like that, but that doesn't seem very thoughtful, and then one questions, well, what was the point of the ESSER funding? What was the point of the stabilization money, right? So to be more deliberative, more thoughtful, and more kind of multi-year to preserve learning and learning supports as long and as well as we can, okay? The way that it's shaping up right now, and if things go as I hope, we will have essentially an incremental distributions, ESSER funding to support us through the end of the 23-24 school year in rough approximates here, okay? Now, 2024 is where this problem gets real immediately. And so as an organization, we have a choice. Do we want to kind of just wait and then have to make a huge change in 2024, a la 2017? Or do we try to take a smoother, more thoughtful, deliberative transition, the first step of which you saw presented this evening, right? And that is what the superintendent is leading us to, is preserve learning and learning supports in classrooms as long as we can, as well as we can, with a thoughtful approach, so that if these 6% of kids that seem to have vanished from our school system rematerialize all of a sudden, we won't be randomly hiring everybody back in a flurry, right? Because they've returned to our system. This gives our classrooms and schools and the enrollment time to rebound and respond from the pandemic in a thoughtful manner. That completes my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to present.
I'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Rarick, Ms. Frazier, and Dr. Behringer for a great report. We are now going into our adjourn and going into our work session. The work session is adjourned for an executive session for approximately 30 minutes. The purpose of the executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel the legal or financial risk of a course of action. We will return at 7 o'clock. is 7:02, and I'm calling the regular meeting to order. Just one announcement tonight, Dr. Jewel Harmon, Chief Accountability Officer, will be joining the meeting via Zoom. Now I'd like to ask Vice President Bento to say the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
Of the United States. Well, again, I'd like to welcome you to our Open Public Meeting Act, our school board meeting, which is held in compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to the meeting and those who are viewing on live stream. The purpose of the meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it into Naomi Zentella, either before the meeting begins or no later than the beginning of the legislative update. No cards will be accepted once this report has begun. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. There's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in an overflow room. When it is your turn to address the board, please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual's statements when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board policies, procedure, written materials to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. Now I'd like to invite Director Farah to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, President Hamad. We acknowledge we are gathered upon ancestral lands of Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
Thank you. Interim Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, President Amato, thank you. A supplemental personnel report has been added to the consent agenda as item 10.18. Thank you.
All right, I'll
Madam
entertain.
Chair, if I can, I'd make a motion to go ahead and accept the supplemental personnel report as item 1018.
I second.
Discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed signify by saying nay and raising their right hand. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 2.0, recognition. Public School Volunteer Week, and I'd like to call on Director Bettinger to read the proclamation.
Whereas public school volunteers contribute unselfishly to the success of students, teachers, and support staff, and whereas school volunteers reflect the highest values of our democratic society by representing people of all ages and all walks of life, and whereas school volunteers stretch school and district resources to ensure that every student receives help and encouragement according to need, and whereas school volunteers exhibit care, model the best in citizenship, and create a climate that fosters learning and love of education, dedication, and whereas Public School Volunteer Week provides a yearly opportunity for schools and families to honor and highlight the powerful contributions parents and caregivers provide at school and home to support student success. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 18 through 22, 2022 as Public School Volunteer Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join us in remembering the dedication and hard work of local volunteers in preparing today's students for tomorrow's world. Signed this 27th day of April 2022 by the Board of Directors of the Kent School District and Israel Vela.
Thank you, Director Bettinger. Now we're on to 2.02, National Student Leadership Week. I'd like to call on Vice President Beno to read the proclamation.
Thank you very much. Whereas National Student Leadership Week, NSLW, is a theme-based week dedicated to recognizing and supporting the important role of student leaders. Since 1972, the National Office of the National Association of Student Councils, National Honor Society, and National Junior Honor Society have sponsored National Student Leadership Week. And whereas student leaders are a positive influence on their peers, modeling good character and scholarship in and out of the classroom, and serve as change agents to improve the overall climate and academic performance levels of their schools. And whereas the support of the school administrators and faculty, parents, and community members is necessary to help student leaders develop the essential traits and characteristics of a leader and to provide positive experiences to expand their skills and ensure the successful education of all emerging student leaders. And whereas the theme of the National Student Leadership Week 2022 is Trailblazing Leadership, because students have an opportunity to use their creativity and perseverance to overcome challenges that they have never seen before. And whereas National Student Leadership Week serves as an ideal time to bring attention to the important and integral contribution of student leaders toward the future of our schools and cities, nations, and the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 24th through 30th, 2022 as National Student Leadership Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance, signed this 27th day of April 2022 by the Board of Directors. And Israel Vela, Interim Secretary to the Board.
Thank you. We're on to 2.03, proclamation, and I'm going to call on Director Clark to read the Administrative Professionals Week.
Whereas Administrative Professionals Week recognizes the many roles and responsibilities of the administrative professionals in our schools and district offices, and whereas the Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges the critical role of administrative professionals to supporting the education of our students and ensuring that students are successfully prepared for their future, and whereas administrative professionals work in the district school buildings, the transportation building, and the central administration campus, and whereas our administrative professionals are often the first impression and the face of Kent School District to the thousands of parents, community members, and students that walk in the doors of our schools and offices or call on the telephone, and therefore serve as key frontline public relations ambassadors. And whereas the school board recognizes the expertise and dedication of the district's administrative professionals, their work to master technology and effectively utilize communication skills, their vital contributions and commitment to teamwork, and their willingness to learn and accept new challenges and opportunities. And whereas the school board wishes to commend each and every one of our school district's administrative professionals for their service to students, staff, parents, and community members each and every day, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims the week of April 24th to April 30th, 2022 as Administrative Professionals Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observation.
Thank you, Director Clark. We're on to 2.4, our proclamation of the National School Lunch Hero Day, and I'm going to call on Director Farah to read that proclamation.
Whereas nutrition meals are an essential part of school day, and whereas staff of Kent School District's Nutrition Service Department are committed to providing healthful nutrition meals to the district's children, and whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children throughout their interaction and support during meal distribution to students. And whereas the nutrition service staff and professionals who have risen above and beyond by helping to feed all children in our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Kent School District expresses its deep appreciation to these valuable employees and commends their good work on behalf of our children, and proclaims Friday, May 6th, 2022, a School Lunch Hero Day, signed this 27th day of April 2022 by School Board and interim, soon-to-be Superintendent Israel Vela.
Thank you, Director Farah. We're on to 3.0, preliminary communication from the audience. And we go in the order of in-person student general comments. Do we have any students tonight?
No student comments.
No students tonight?
We have 3 comment letters
Okay,
and 3 online comments that I will
okay. And these are all general?
They are.
Okay, thank you. All right, first up is,
I'm sorry, point of order. Do you have a comment card? Did you want to make a comment? Do I see a blue comment card from a student, maybe? No? No, okay, sorry.
yeah, our students are important, so don't be afraid to speak up.
Yeah.
That's why we're here tonight, and every night, hopefully. All right, the first person up is Donald Bowles. And Donald, you're going to speak about social media at Kent School Districts, correct?
Correct. My name is Donald Bowles, and I teach social studies at Mill Creek Middle School. I would like to thank the school board for letting me speak to you tonight. Last month, I came to you to express my concern over various Instagram pages containing fights between Mill Creek students on and off campus. Tonight, I would like to provide an update on progress being made as well as further steps needed to address the social media problems that are plaguing not just Mill Creek, but other schools as well. Due to the diligence of dedicated staff and administrators, I'm happy to report that a lot of these posts containing our students participating in illegal and unsafe behavior have been taken down, including posts of students smoking and various other things. Our principal has worked with other schools as well as individuals who specialize in taking down disruptive and unsafe social media posts. We also have been in touch with Meta, which is the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, about filing an internal complaint form. We have disciplinary process in place, not only for those engaging in these fights, but also recording the fights. That includes in-school suspensions and various other consequences. However, no one school can resolve this issue alone. Despite our best efforts, we are still seeing social media posts that are recorded videos of students fighting and committing unsafe behavior. This video here well, it has students fighting at the corner of James and Central Avenue. There's a large group of kids. There we go. Anyway, there's a large group of kids obviously watching the fight, encouraging it. At one point, they slide into what could be oncoming traffic, and this was after school on April 6th. So this is a recent post. We as a school district can no longer be silent on this issue. Parents need to be aware of what is going on in our schools. Plausible deniability is not an excuse for us to stand by while our children document their own destruction. The only way to change this culture of violence is for educators, parents, and students to become actively involved in pressuring these social media companies to stop exploiting children. we also need to form community parent task forces to be actively responding to these social media pages and the social media activity. Students have weaponized the technology we have given them, and if we continue to ignore that fact and place our heads in the sand, the community as a whole will suffocate. And I'll just close by saying behind us, or behind you, it says, successfully preparing all students for their futures. And I just want to ask, what futures are we preparing them for? Thank you.
Next up is Michelle McCormick, and Michelle's going to speak on incidents involving Kentridge. I guess.
Good evening. President Hamada and members of the board. My name is Michelle McCormick, and I am here tonight as a concerned parent and community member. Recently, I've been made aware of a couple very disturbing incidents involving Kentridge students and/or parents. The incidents involve a racially insensitive prom proposal and racial slurs directed at KM athletes by Kentridge students and possibly parents. I contacted the principal of Kentridge regarding these incidents with copy to the school board and interim superintendent. As a mother of two BIPOC students, one a junior at KM and the other an incoming freshman at Kentridge, I urged the principal to take these incidents seriously and use them as an opportunity to teach all students around race, empathy, and love for one another. I requested a plan and specific steps to address these incidences with the entire student body. I was deeply disappointed with the response I received from the principal, as he continually reached back to KR's current curriculum and advisory program without additional education given the recent incidences. My question to him was this: if the current curriculum is sufficient, why are these types of incidences happening? As adults, parents, and leaders of KSD, we have an opportunity here to step up for our students, to let the KM athletes that were subjected to these slurs know that their voices have been heard, and help them to feel empowered to advocate for themselves. To let all students in KSD know that there are consequences to their actions, and that these types of hurtful behaviors will not be tolerated within our community. To increase education and awareness around these topics, and to provide an example of positive change. I would like to thank Superintendent Vela for putting me in contact with district admin staff that have followed up with KR staff regarding investigation of these incidences, and they are looking for solutions to provide increased education. I truly appreciate their kind and responsive communications. However, I believe that these are not standalone incidents, but they should be seen as a pattern of behavior indicative of a larger problem that needs to be addressed. As a community, we are doing a disservice to our youth if we do not hold Kentridge staff accountable to their mission of preparing their students to be responsible citizens in a diverse community, and to fully live out the KR way of kindness and respect. Kent School District is a wonderfully diverse place. We need to show that we truly value this diversity by creating an environment where all students feel safe, loved, and welcome, despite ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and economic status. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take a point of privilege and just say I echo all that. Thank you. And we need to do more. I don't know what more we can do, but we need to do more. And I spoke in my comments, I believe, at the last meeting that maybe we need to get a community involved in all this too. It may go beyond just Kentridge and that area. And I'm sure it has, because I've heard of other things happening at other athletic activities that have been very disturbing to me. So thank you for coming forward. Next speaker is Christy Padilla, and she's going to speak on the National Merit Award. I believe. You help me, Christy.
All right. President Hamada, the interim superintendent Vela, and members of the board. President Hamada, that I've come because I was afraid this information would not be shared with you, and it appears that it has not. I just want you to know, and I've always been really proud of the educators in the Kent School District. I am a firm believer, and I've always said I would put our staff up against any staff in the United States. I have that much confidence in their ability to do what's right for kids. So it goes without saying that I want to let you know that one of our educators has won a Washington Library Association Merit Award. And it is I'm just going to get it on my phone so I don't mess this up. It is the Candace Morgan Intellectual Freedom Award. It's been awarded to Gavin Downey. This award honors his lifetime of contributions in support of intellectual freedom and the Library Bill of Rights. This award only goes to an individual to recognize their efforts to defend, champion, support, and/or educate others about intellectual freedom in the state of Washington. Gavin is the #1 finalist and will be going to compete against other national award winners. So we're really proud of him. He's a good librarian, a good advocate for kids, and should be celebrated. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have some more cards here. Just one moment, please. Are these students or?
They're on student cards. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. And again, honoring our students. The first one I have on here is Asha, and it's Samasa. Is that correct? Help me. Am I close? Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello, thank you for having me here today. My name is Aisatu, but I prefer to be called Aisha. I'm a 6th grader from River Ridge Elementary. Every day of the week, I go home hungry because I can't eat the food in schools. We can't eat the meat because it's haram. Haram means it's bad for Muslims to eat, or do, or say. The vegetarian meals make me feel like I have nausea. Sometimes it's because the food is not fully cooked or they don't have culturally relevant food. I am not talking for River Ridge only. I am talking for Muslims in the whole entire Kent School District, elementaries, middle schools, and high schools. When I'm hungry, it is hard to learn and be patient. Me and my friends are always in a bad mood and can't learn. We just ask for your support, so please help us with our food so we don't go home hungry every day. We'd like to give a shout out to Evelyn Rife. She goes above and beyond her job. She helps us more than anyone. She should get a huge raise. Please help us with our food so we don't go home hungry every day. Thank you, please, and thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. And I believe, I think this is also a student, and it's Fayo Dula. You're also, I can see you are a student, definitely, and you're going to speak about prayer in school.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for having me. My name is Fayo, and I am coming from River Ridge Elementary. My friend just talked about food options for lunches, but I'm going to talk about prayer. Muslims have 5 daily prayers, and these prayers are mandatory. Thanks to Evelyn Rife and Living Well Kent for letting and helping all Muslims in our school pray. Our school already has all the resources and things we need for prayer, but other schools don't. They don't have prayer rooms, and they don't have places to make wudu. Wudu is what you do for prayer. We need to provide for them. They don't have prayer rooms or washing areas, and we do. Me and my friends sit there and think about how other people don't have the opportunity to pray, but we do. They need washing rooms and Muslim adults or people to help and watch them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. And the next up I have is Patricia Wheeler. And you're going to speak about parent engagement.
Good afternoon, members of the board, superintendent, executive directors, students, and constituents. In 2013, the Kent School District initiated a program that impacted hundreds of families, PASA, the Parent Academy for Student Achievement. In this 9-week program, our parents learned about the collaboration between home, school, and community partners, and most importantly, how to support their students. I had the privilege of being a site coordinator and facilitator for several years. But what happened to all our families that attended that program? What are these parents doing now? What happened to the students? For the past 2 years, my computer went down. Okay, please allow me 1 minute. Okay. I am so sorry. Okay. For the past 2 years, I reached out and connected to these families. The involvement between them was amazing to see. Of course, their students are no longer the young kids that they used to be, and us parents are always seeking to grow and improve. Many of the parents are now teachers, paraeducators, or working in different occupations within our district. Children of these families are attending college or pursuing technical careers. Some families had students with learning disabilities or social emotional challenges, and I want to share a success story from one of them. One day, as I was getting through my list of errands, a teenager stopped me and said, "Hi, Miss Patricia, I remember you. You helped me." I recognized him immediately. He was a kindergarten, first grader, nonverbal student who's now attending middle school and doing better than ever. I was an interpreter for his IEP meeting. For his first IEP meeting, it lasted around 3 hours and involved a lot of tears from this mom. She had attended the program to learn how to better advocate for her son, and I am happy to see the results. Together in our district, we are always moving forward, standing by and supporting each other with our core values: equity, excellence, and community. Programs like these bring out what we stand for. Thank you for listening to why we need to reintroduce programs like PASA. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we also have 3 online comments to be read, Ms. Centella? Sure.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela. There are 3 comments submitted online, none of which were students. This first comment exceeded the 450 word count. I'll finish reading at the appropriate cutoff to finish the sentence. I'll provide the full comment to you after the meeting. Hello, KSD Board. My name is Winter Cashman, a King County resident and LGBTQ individual. I continue to reach out about the discriminatory efforts by the principal and assistant principal at a local middle school who created a list of LGBTQ books to screen and review, of which one has gone through a challenge that will likely be appealed to this body. I am saddened by the efforts to restrict LGBTQ materials, evasiveness over the IMC, and exclusion for LGBTQ communities in the process. This district should respect LGBTQ culturally significant works in the same way that other books are protected. The principal shared cut passages from the book to make it seem worse than it is, a book written by a queer author with the vetting of professional sex educators over genuine questions from teenagers, made for a younger audience, which includes some middle school students. I could do the same if I said, when she played the whore in the land of Egypt and lusted after her lovers there, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose ejaculation was like that of horses. Thus you longed for the lewdness of your youth when the Egyptians handled your bosom. You might get the same vibe as some of those who cut out passages, but this is actually from the Bible, Ezekiel 23, which is culturally protected for its religious significance to Christian communities. And if there is no will to read this Bible passage aloud, why should it be in middle school libraries while LGBTQ books are removed? Does this passage upset any parents to the point to cause them to challenge? Clearly, the audience age is not for middle schoolers, but I don't expect that any staff, parent, or student would be courageous enough to offer this challenge. Yet when it comes to LGBTQ communities, one single challenge has led to the principals vetting every single LGBTQ book in their collection. Literal discrimination. This isn't about sexually explicit materials or protection. This is about censoring queer pleasure, queer joy, and queer sex. And let me share about the downsides. This book reviews scenarios which real queer youth experience. Having access to resources like this will help them navigate complex, sometimes expletive situations. Shaming it because of discomfort will only close the doors to this knowledge and increase risky behavior of LGBTQ youth. So I ask again, will the superintendent open an investigation to this discrimination and ensure our communities are protected from marginalization? Can we count on the board to be equitable in its process of removing books by metrics like age, audience alone, while ignoring cultural affinities? The second comment was submitted by Lisa Templeton. Dear Director Farah and other members of the board and Superintendent Vela, thank you for generously devoting your time and efforts to the Kent School District students, including my children. Director Farah, you mentioned something during the March 23rd board meeting that I would like to address, if I may. You compassionately described some students you visited at Kent Meridian. These children were still covering their faces with masks even though they were no longer required, apparently because they felt a duty to protect the adults in their lives against infection and because they had been told that masks would fulfill such an objective. I realize that you were sharing your observation and did not prompt the kids' actions. Your care for these students is evident. However, I was saddened to hear your report for a few reasons. First, placing the responsibility on children for the well-being of adults is misplaced and imposes an emotional burden. It is an adult's job to protect children, not the converse. Second, teaching kids that they are unclean or a source of disease even when they feel fine is likewise psychologically damaging. Lastly, the children's kind intentions are based in misinformation. Covering one's breathing apparatus does not prevent respiratory infection or transmission and, in fact, is potentially harmful, psychologically, behaviorally, and physically, especially when the face covers are damp, unsterile, reused, and constantly handled as they are in a school setting. In the meeting, you remarked that the board should not pay attention to parents who advocate for unmasking our kids. I wanted to take this opportunity to share with you some information that you may not be aware of. The overwhelming evidence that masks don't work and that they pose risks, including weakening the immune system, delaying language acquisition, reducing oxygenation, causing dental caries, impairing skin barrier function, and many other unintended consequences. May I ask all of you to kindly review the more than 150 studies at brownstone.org that discuss the harms and ineffectiveness of masks. From the home screen, do a search for 150 to find the pertinent page. We all aspire for our children to be healthy and happy. To that end, it is important for KSD board members as policymakers to become informed about these medical devices. I sincerely thank you for taking the time to do so. The last online comment for the evening was submitted by Jasmine Ines. I was saddened to learn that Kent School District has led an effort at removing LGBTQ-themed books in tandem with efforts by anti-LGBTQ extremists nationwide at marginalizing LGBTQ youth. Creating a list exclusively of LGBTQ-themed books for screening and removal is discriminatory and wrong. I would like for all LGBTQIA+ students to have access to books that reflect their community. I am asking that Jack of Hearts be restored to middle school libraries and an investigation into these incidents be created for the principals involved with these discriminatory efforts. Thank you. That's the last comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santillo. We're on to 4.0, interim superintendent report.
Thank you, President Hamada. It is an honor and privilege to bring this report to you as the next superintendent of Kent School District. I thank the school board for the opportunity to serve in this role, and I want to share my vision for finishing the school year strong, starting the next school year strong, and staying strong while continuing to focus on priority initiatives as we support our students, families, staff, and community. Finish strong. As some of you may know, there are 36 days left in the school year. Yes, 36. And as we focus on finishing strong, I think of the many ways we are celebrating our outstanding staff and students during the month of April. We recognize our exceptional administrative professionals, public school volunteers, and student leaders, along with celebrating Mathematics Awareness Month. Be sure to view 2 videos posted on the KSD website, one about students expressing their thoughts on leadership, and the other on how students use math every day. Coming the first week of May is Teacher Appreciation Week, followed by the National Nurses Day and School Lunch Hero Day. Join me in celebrating our staff and thanking them for the tremendous work they are accomplishing in teaching our children and providing the necessary supports for all students to achieve. Start strong. I'm proud to report that planning is underway for summer school as we provide students opportunities to continue their learning supports in an effort to start the upcoming school year strong. To provide direction and support in successfully preparing all students for their futures, I am eager to begin a strategic plan refresh and engage our community, including students, families, staff, and community members in an open, transparent, and meaningful process to create a plan that will chart the course for our work for the next 5 years. More to come. As we look to the future and starting strong, the creation of a virtual school has been one of our most important priority initiatives. I am pleased to report community engagement has been completed and enrollment is open. There's still more work to be done to meet the goal of opening the virtual school this fall, and we will continue to provide updates on its progress. We're excited to start the 2022-23 school year strong as we continue to plan our summer supports. Stay strong. We're staying strong by continuing our focus on KSD's priority initiatives. First, continuing our monitoring of COVID-19 data and mitigation strategies. To that end, the Washington Board of Health recently voted not to require student vaccines for the 2022-23 school year. As always, we will follow state and county guidelines in our planning and continue to monitor and adjust as needed. Building relationships and visiting our schools and communities is an important part of my vision. I'm continuing my school visits and recently had the opportunity to take part in the Cedar Valley Tunnel of Hope. Cedar Valley partnered with their community and created a March to Your Future month, ending with a Tunnel of Hope celebration. Scholars learned about 4 destinations for their futures: education and career, home and family, hobbies and recreation, and community and service. That culminated in a community event in which staff and community members celebrated students who had dressed up in attire related to their chosen career. I was honored to join President Hamada, members of the Covington City Council, including Mayor Jeff Wagner, the Covington Chamber of Commerce, and Puget Sound Fire, along with Cedar Valley staff and families at the event to celebrate the students. This is a shining example of a community coming together to support students and families. It is events such as these that continue to inspire me to do my very best for our students and families in KSD. This event provided an opportunity for students to see what a future can look like, and in doing so, inspire hope for their futures. Another KSD priority initiative is renewing school boundaries and education programs. Continuous population changes since the last boundary revision in the 2006-2007 school year led to a need for a district-wide analysis of school boundaries. This year, we are continuing with the boundary review process, and again, we are committed to an open, transparent process. 3 committees have been formed, which are the Boundary Change Review Committee, the Middle School Model Committee, and the Outreach Plan and Communications Committee. The committee members were selected through an application, selection, and lottery process to create a diverse demographic representation of the KSD community within the 3 communities. The 3 communities have begun meeting, and meeting minutes are posted on the KSD website in an effort to share their ongoing work and commitment to this process. We will continue to provide updates as the review process moves forward. The priority initiatives I've shared tonight are under the umbrella of the Academic Recovery and Student Wellbeing Plan, which addresses universal supports for all students, diagnostic assessments, student and family voice, strategic supports, identified support for students, and monitoring of student progress. Committees have been working diligently to accomplish the goals set out in the plan as required by state and federal agencies. For the recovery and acceleration of student learning and well-being over the summer, into the fall, and beyond. It will take all of us, students, staff, our community, working together to finish strong, start strong, and stay strong. That concludes my report. Thank you, President Hamada.
Thank you. We're now on to, well, first of all, I want to say that the remaining comment cards need to be turned in. This is your wake-up call, so rush over with your cards, because this is it, folks. If you have more comments, please get them up to the front here, up in the back somewhere, so we can make sure we hear from our public. So, all right, and we're on to 5.0, our legislative update, and we're going to hear from Director Farah.
Thank you, President Hamada. This will be a very short report for me as the session ended, as I mentioned the last report I gave. But WASDA has 239 permanent positions, which we can find them on WASDA website. But what I like to do is, I know we have been busy last couple of months, but what I like to do is get together with the rest of the board and come up with our priorities, because centennial year is going to come up, and we need to be able to not just go along with what the permanent positions of WASDA is, but what is our priority as a district, so that we can still recommend, combine current positions with WASDA, because they had a window which was from April 1st through April 20th, that they were entertaining people to propose whatever their priorities are. But we can still have time. What I like to do is maybe the next couple of weeks to set up a meeting that we could hash these things out. The time is moving. 2023 school year is coming up on us, and General Assembly will be in to be exact, September 30th and October 1st. And so we have an opportunity in, until May, school boards and school directors, committees to propose, amend, add new permanent and legislative positions, and we can have WASDA community and all proposals by between May and July, and then between August and September, school boards review peers' proposals and permanent legislation, so that we are ready for the General Assembly. So there are a myriad of things that we should be considering because of this upcoming school year. The challenges that Ben has shown us, it is going to be something we have to deal with and kind of look at the current positions with WASDA and then be able to tailor what our priority is so that we can advocate for ourselves. So in conclusion, what I like to do is ask the board that to set up a time between now until mid-May so that we can come up with priorities as time allows. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Farah. We're on to 6.0, presentations, and 6.01. And I'd like to call on Interim Superintendent Vela to introduce our guest.
Thank you, President. I'd like to introduce our Ms. Teresa Fields, our Nutrition Services Director, who will be presenting to you this evening.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Santello. I'm excited to present information on our wonderful nutrition services team and what we do every day for the kids of the Kent School District. Nutrition services' primary function is to do our part in supporting education by providing nutritious meals that meet USDA guidelines. We serve an average of over 15,000 meals daily that include breakfast, lunch, and after-school snacks. We have several technology systems that we utilize. We're currently transitioning our point-of-sale system to an all-in-one system that will streamline the way we operate our online application processes, payments for meals, back-of-the-house operations, and track meals along with analyzing and planning menus. We have several programs that we offer to our students in KSD. In the beginning of COVID, Nutrition Services had to figure out how we're going to feed kids when things started shutting down in March of 2020. We took a few days to plan and pivot and provide meals at 20 locations throughout the Kent community. With the unknown of COVID at the time, we had to rethink how we can have less exposure to the public and continue to provide meals to students. With the help from the Transportation Department, Distribution Services, parent and staff volunteers, we were able to provide a weekly meal box. The weekly meal box continued throughout the 2021 school year. With USDA waivers, we were able to provide free meals not only to our students in the Kent School District, but any child 18 and under for free. Coming into the current school year, we are able to continue to feed students for free with those waivers that are in place. Although there have been challenges with staffing, food and supply issues, chain issues, having to change our menus on a weekly or daily basis because of vendor and manufacturing shortages, we have been able to provide meals that are varied and meet the USDA requirements. Regardless of the obstacles that get in our way, we do this work because it is our passion, and the ultimate goal is to feed students. The USDA program is regulated by federal and state guidelines. These guidelines dictate what we serve. Watching sodium levels, calories, saturated fats, offering more whole grains, and more fruit and vegetable options. The regulations dictate school lunch prices, our local district wellness policy, and what is sold in school during the school day. We offer programs that encourage access to meals to as many students as possible through community eligibility provision and breakfast after the bell. Community eligibility provision provides free meal access to all students in schools with a higher free and reduced percentage of eligible students through direct certification from the state, which includes basic food, Medicaid, homeless, and foster children. 1/3 of our students will be able to access free meals of no charge next school year in 1 high school, 1 middle school, and 12 elementary schools that qualify for this program. With CEP, this is the first step to universal feeding for all students in schools. The Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program provides a fresh fruit or vegetable snack to elementary school students and is an effective and creative way to introduce fresh produce as a healthy snack option. The focus of the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable, the focus of the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program is to bring fresh produce into the school for distribution to children. For some students, the produce they see in school might be their first exposure to fresh fruits and vegetables and the only ones they see all day. We have offered unique fruits and vegetables like kumquats, watermelon radishes, star fruit, and tricolor beets. Teachers receive an information card with fun facts about the produce that students consume. This nutrition education component is critical to the program's success. The Breakfast After the Bell program provides access to all students to eat a nutritious meal at the beginning of the school day. Whether it's a grab-and-go breakfast that the students take to the classroom or a delivery system that provides breakfast in the classroom during the first part of the school day, to a second chance breakfast geared towards secondary schools during an extended passing period. We currently have 4 schools that are participating in a Breakfast After the Bell program. A Breakfast After the Bell program will be implemented in 14 of our schools for the 22-23 school year through a state mandate. We'll work with each of those schools to figure out what a successful program would look like. After 2 years of weekly mailboxes, we're excited to offer a traditional summer feeding program, which will offer fresh meals daily to several locations that will include summer school sites, King County housing sites, and Kent parks within the Kent community. Our summer feeding program will run from June 27th through August 12th. These meals are provided free for all children 18 and younger. I want to thank the nutrition service team for their dedication to this work and the continued support of building leadership and staff for the programs we provide to our students. Thank you for your time, and do you have any questions?
Teresa, I was supporting a elementary family that couldn't get to the school for the distribution, so I ran the errand. But I was so pleased with not only the efficiency with which that program was run, but the positive nature of the people working to basically deliver a very basic service. And I just recognizing the tremendous stress that you must have felt trying to coordinate coming from all those different sources and still trying to get it to the respective sites is truly a magnificent task. And I live next to Scenic Hill Elementary and was well aware of the fact that a majority of those students are bused and that the ongoing food supply program was critical for those families. And I just want to say thanks for a great job.
Thank you, Director Clark.
I just wanted to thank you again, reiterate that the tremendous amount of work you do. But I just wanted to point it out that as a Muslim, we just had Aisha just tell us, I know exactly what she's talking about.
Yes.
Because 4 children of mine had to go through what Aisha is just now going through. What can we do to make sure that?
Sure. Director Farah. So before the pandemic, I had grand plans. And hopefully in the future, those plans will come to fruition.
Thank you.
I have worked with the Living Well Kent community to develop, to help develop culturally appropriate meals. Halal in the school food service is new, and there are manufacturers out there that are finally doing some things that we will be looking into.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was gonna be my question too, about food quality and, not quality, food, diversity and dietary needs, not vegetarian, but vegan as well, but it sounds like you answered that. But I do have a question. I feel like my inbox recently has had several emails about certain schools running out of food, or that food that students get left is like a package of like a pizza roll or something that's cold. And so I'm just kind of curious about how do we gauge food so that schools don't run out and students don't run out? Because obviously like a little bar of something's not enough for growing students, especially 6th graders or middle schoolers. So I just had some questions out. I'm sure you've seen those emails, but I'm just kind of curious about that.
Yes, Director Benno. So with school food service, it's hard to predict what kids are going to participate in our program. We do our best to try, or our managers do their best to try to make sure there's enough options provided so they're not running out of food. Unfortunately, that has happened a little bit this year, especially in the beginning of the year when we were, again, dealing with food supply issues and trying to get enough food into the central warehouse to get out to the programs. It happens, and we hope it doesn't happen, and we hope it does improve, but we are training our staff, and we're trying to make sure that there's enough food, that we're not running out during meal service.
I also appreciate hearing about the fresh fruit and vegetable program. I feel like a lot of the foods that we get are packaged, and I know a lot of it comes from USDA and whatnot, but I just have a lot of concern about prepackaged foods and preservatives and what's not. So I'm really glad to hear about the fresh fruit and vegetable program. I'm also curious about, I remember hearing, or maybe I thought I heard, or maybe I wish this, I don't know, but something about a community garden or something. That's a possibility where students are in charge of that. I think that may be a wish, or maybe I talked to someone at KM about that. I don't remember, but it may have been a wish or something that popped in my brain. Is that a thought or something that has been brought up in having students be part of community gardens at their school sites and growing their own food?
That has not been addressed to me here in the Kent School District, but it happens in other districts and smaller districts because they're able to grow enough to serve that product in their school. I'm open to have the conversation, though.
I actually just remembered, Mr. Bello, you and I were at KM, and I was like, this courtyard is so ugly. We should turn it into a garden. I think that's exactly where it came from. So I think it was a wish, I think.
Wrote that down.
But my apologies, but I just, as someone who teaches CTE, I'm always constantly thinking about how students can get involved in processes like growing food and having students take care. I know that at my school we have a garden club and they plant and grow food, so it's just stuff to think about, but I appreciate your thoughts on that, and maybe putting it in the back of your head at some point, maybe that's something we can collaborate and work on for the future.
Sure, Director Benno, thank you.
I also would say, that's one thing, I mean, we have so many areas on our grounds that would be, I think all ages could benefit from that. I've thought about that before too, because it's like, even just, growing, and we have culinary programs at some of our schools too.
Yeah.
So do those culinary programs ever expand out to providing food, for students, or?
Not through nutrition services. They may do it through student stores, but not through nutrition services.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Director Bettinger.
And thank you so much for that. And sorry, KM.
And I'm going to follow this. KM is a lovely school, by the way.
It is. It really is. That's my apology. But that courtyard I saw was not, so my bad. My bad.
Okay, and moving right along. I just want to say, Ms. Fields,
Let's
that
move on.
I have had the opportunity to, drive by a lot of the places where they were giving out the boxes. And I made it a point to do that, to make sure what was going on out there. And it was quite an undertaking. And I did like the spirit of everybody that was at those sites. Half of, you know, I mean, of course, it's important to have the nutrition and the food, but we all needed that so much, just a friendly face, even through a mask, going through what we've gone through. So I appreciated that. And, you know, hauling kids from all race, creeds, and colors around to sporting events and learning what they like and what they don't like, and stuff that I never even realized. I would say, let's go here, and no, we're not going there. And so the challenge of getting culturally accepted food is a challenge, and I'm glad to see we're working on that. I know the Maple Valley food distribution out there has a huge garden in the summertime, and that's been really successful for them. And the community has really supported that. And I know also that our culinary arts, I've experienced the Covington Chambers was fed by them. When I was out at Kent Lake one time, they provided the lunch, so maybe not through nutrition services, but they are doing some of that. So I want to thank you for the work. I'd like to, and I've also been into the schools where the parents are saying all these squishy fruits and vegetables, and I haven't been to every school, I must admit that. But the ones that I've been to, I've surveyed the lunches, I've looked at it, there's lots of fresh fruits and opportunities for vegetables and choices, and the kids, I mean, another thing has been the kids have been rushed, and they were saying we were military signing them up and making them march out, and they couldn't talk, and honestly, I never really have experienced that, so those are important factors too. They do need some time to eat their lunch, and again, if you're seeing that, or parents are seeing that, let's get to the bottom of that and see what's causing that. But I personally have not witnessed that, and I've been to quite a few elementary schools during lunchtime and made it a point to look at that. But those are important, and we really appreciate everything you do, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to come up with on some of those cultural choices, so thank you.
Thank you, President Hamada.
If I may also, I wanted a special point of privilege. Thank you, Ms. Fields, for your great presentation. I know the board joins me in my school visits. I offer an invitation to join me to visit nutrition services. What you heard today is what you not only see in our schools in terms of the smiling faces and those things, but I appreciate going through there, and they actually have a really fun time over there. But Ms. Fields has done an excellent job, and I just wanted to point that out, that I welcome an opportunity to visit with you in the future. So thank you, Ms. Fields.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, so we're on to 7.0, Board of Directors discussion, and 7.01, February 2022 financial statement. Interim Superintendent Vella, would you like to introduce, please?
Yes, no, I just turn it back over to the board. If you have any questions, Mr. Eric is available for you.
I feel like we didn't really finish our work session. Does anyone else? I mean, I guess, is that okay if we ask about work session? So I guess this is our second session. When does the board, you know, in the past 2 years that I've been on this board, it comes to the board, what are parameters, what are we setting? I want to make sure, since we did just pass a levy, that we're making sure we're, you know, following those, you know, levy conditions and the promises, and, because I know we were talking about the arts, and there's a lot of arts going on right now, and, so when is the board going to sit down and set the parameters like we have in the last couple of years? When's that on the schedule?
I guess I'm not totally sure what you mean by parameters.
Well, last year we sat down and it was like, Denise Daniels wanted to make sure about the ASB spending and things like that, and what was important for the board to make sure we were funding in the budget. And we did that last year, and we did it the year before. We talked about budget priorities things like that. So that's what I'm talking about with parameters.
I feel like we got a survey that asked us kind of what our priorities were. I think that's what
Yeah,
I remember that.
and it was, I think, around this second meeting time.
So if I may, in terms of
Yes,
superintendent.
please.
And
you,
Mr.
Dr. Harmon.
Director Bettinger. You're correct. In the past, we've talked about board priorities, board philosophy around budget. At those times, in both of those budgets, there were increases in revenue coming in. So we passed a levy that was going to bring in more revenue than in prior years. We knew there was some funding coming, I think at the time with ESSER dollars as well. And this year, as Mr. Rarick has talked about in both previous sessions, we're not in a position where we're expanding our revenue. Our revenue will actually be shrinking over the next 2 years, and not expanding. The other piece of that is that the levy campaign that we ran, our levy was a flat tax rate, so we will not be in a capacity where we'll be able to increase our revenues and the amount of money that we'll be able to collect from our taxpayers has not increased. So there's not really an opportunity to expand the program. And I apologize, we did not ask the board if they wanted to shift priorities, but there's not really a space financially to expand priorities unless we're going to go outside of the revenue that we expect to bring in. And so I am a believer and an encourager of not opening a door that we either cannot close or aren't prepared to walk through. So to ask the board about financial priorities, knowing that we're not in a financial position to fulfill those, would be disingenuous. But there's always an opportunity for the board to express their interest in budgeting throughout this process. So I hope that answers the why nots, and what we've done in the past. And if not, I can continue to try to answer.
I think that was my only question.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just have a comment that I think, our work session was really helpful. It always is, and the time you spent with me last week, getting in my head again and understanding, I greatly appreciate that, because I feel like it's a very important part of my job to at least have some general understanding of what's going on. And complex school budgets from all the different sources can be complex. And just understanding that even though we go after a certain amount of tax dollars, our students are going to drive that money that we get in from the legislator too. That we have to keep in mind that our enrollment is also going to drive our budget and the numbers the money that actually comes in. So all that's helpful. It was also helpful for me to understand from a taxpayer and a constituent's point of view that actually Kent has one of the lowest rates in the area of, the only other area in the South King County that is lower than us is Federal Way. Auburn, Tacoma, Highline, Tahoma, Puyallup, Brenton, and Tukwila tax rates are all higher than Kent. So I just found that kind of interesting. Just as general information, and I'm not going to say any more. Your report was excellent, so thank you.
And thank you always on your financial statements on the last 5 or so slides, just the graphics that just really kind of help paint a very clear picture of what to look for. So I always appreciate looking for that. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Rarick.
All righty, we're on to 8.0. And that would be 8.01, and this is for discussion and of approval. The third reading and approval of policy 1005, key functions of the board. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 8.01, third reading and approval of policy 1005, key functions of the board.
I second.
Discussion.
I think this is the one we just changed, removed a sentence, that first sentence.
Yes, board directors. This was the one that should have been approved on the prior regular meeting, and there was an error in that, and so you all did not vote to pass it, and this is it coming back around with the corrected language. So
Right.
thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the third reading and approval of policy 1005, key functions of the board, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.02, RFP for Internet Firewall Refresh, award of contract. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of 802 RFP for internet firewall refresh.
I second. I'm sorry.
Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of RFP for Internet Firewall Refresh, award of contract, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.03, Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Grant. I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve 8.03 Carl D. Perkins Current Technical Education Grant.
I second.
Discussion?
This grant comes up every year, and I'm just wondering if anyone could just share with us some of the things it has funded in the past.
Absolutely. We have our Director of CT, Ms. Lori Paxton, that's here today that could answer that question.
Hi, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. This grant is substantial, and we primarily, two big buckets. So primarily, we fund student career exploration opportunities, which I say it's a bucket because it includes a lot of things such as field trips and leadership activities, student dues, registration dues to career and technical student organizations. And then the other bucket is our staff development, where we do our district-wide teacher PLC, curriculum development, workshops, et cetera.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Thank you. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of career and technical, wait a minute. Oh, this is so small, I need my glasses. Carl D. Perkins, I'll get there.
Yes.
Career and Technical Education Grant, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. Okay, we're on to 8.04, Career and Technical Education 2022 District-Wide Report. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that adoption of 8.04 Career and Technical Education 2022 District-Wide Report.
I second.
Discussion.
I always being a CTE teacher, I geeked out on this and was looking at the report and all the things that offer. We do a lot of things in our district through CTE, and it looks like there's some great things. But for me, I just think it's really great to kind of have a detailed account for other board members who may not be as familiar with CTE. Just so there's some great things happening in this district.
Nice.
I would love to see more, but there's some amazing things happening. And I'm always a proponent. CTE is for everyone, and you develop lots of job skills and career skills and college skills there. And I just think it's important that everyone try to get as much CTE as they can to help prepare for their future. So thank you for this report.
I was pleased to see that there's theater tech on here too, especially since theater's coming back, and I've been volunteering at Kentridge this week, and so seeing a lot of these students that are learning these skills that they can take out. So I was glad to see that.
Further discussion. All right, I'll call for the vote. All of those in favor of Career and Technical Education 2022 District-Wide Report signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your hand and saying nay, your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. 8.05, Instructional Materials Committee Textbook Adoptions, American Sign Language. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve instructional material, 8.05, Instructional Materials Committee Textbook Adoption, American Sign Language.
A second.
Discussion?
I did have a question, because everything says pre-tax. Do we have a final price of what things are with tax
So.
and other
I have-
fees? I was just curious.
Yeah, I'd like to invite Dr. Christine Corbley, Director of Teaching and Learning, to come up and hopefully answer that question.
President Amata, Board of Directors, Interim Superintendent Vela. I'd have to look, Director Bento, to see what the exact dollar amount is, whether that included the tax or not. I know the bids don't include the tax, so we usually have to add it on additionally.
It's usually like around 10%.
Right, yeah.
Yes, it's usually a
So
10% figure
10% on the top of the-
to add on.
Yeah.
If it's not on it, it doesn't specify.
So just for clarity, and I looked at this, and I know students, some of my kids' friends that really enjoyed, and they're, like, they went to college after taking ASL in school. So, again, it's a career. And so it's important. I'm always a fan of, some of these things that students can learn in school that become their careers. And so just for clarity, because one line here, it said, if not approved, the ASL programs will continue to utilize a variety of supplemental materials to create a cohesive program. So basically, we've not had anything like this prior? Is that what I'm understanding?
We have had various curriculums that they have been using to try and put together, and they were able to find this year a curriculum that was more cohesive, that they would then just need 2 resources in order to actually meet all of their needs. Otherwise, they've been piecing a variety of things together to meet their needs.
That's what I thought, but I was
Yeah.
just double checking. And I forgive me, I think I probably read it, but I'm forgetting now. It's in all 4 of our comprehensive high schools?
Yes, it is.
Okay, awesome.
Well, and I mean, this is a real good form of equity, right?
Yes.
And I don't know how many of you watched the Oscars this year, but the films that won was pretty interesting. That was all done by people who were deaf and sign language and all that. It was pretty interesting. We are becoming a more diverse community that values that and tries to act toward that in many, many ways, other than just race and lots of other areas. So thank you for that. So further discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote on Instructional Materials Committee Textbook Adoptions, American Sign Language. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.06, Instructional Materials Committee Textbook Adoption, World History. I'll entertain a motion.
I move, okay, go ahead.
I move approval of 806 Instructional Materials Committee materials for the World History Program.
A second.
Discussion?
I did ask the question earlier, staff, and this program is offered in all 4 comprehensive high schools. And it is a little unique in the sense that it is both acquisition of the books and the digital license, 6-year license, in terms of a change in just the way we teach. So, great
Interesting.
idea.
Very interesting.
World History's junior year?
This is the AP World History class, and it is offered in the 10th grade.
Okay.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Instructional Materials Committee Textbook Adoption 8.06, World History, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.07, Instructional Materials Committee membership amendment. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of the Instructional Materials Committee membership amendment.
Second.
Discussion.
So the only thing that we're basically voting on, like, the last three people on this and a student that's not named but is there? Is that correct?
That is correct. We had 3 additional staff members and 1 student to add to the committee.
How many total students are on this committee?
This would be the only student on the committee.
How many students should be on the committee?
We can have up to 2.
I'm just curious, that's quite a commitment for a student with all they have to do too. Can they get any kind of credit through, serving on this committee toward leadership, or I don't know? Do we have any process like that? Because I know the kids that serve on the Covington Human Service Commission, for example, they can get credit toward graduation on certain stuff, and I was just wondering if we did that internally, and not that we have to, but I'm just curious.
There is not a process in place at the moment. That doesn't mean that that's not something we couldn't look into. I do know that students can receive community service hours for their high school and beyond plan portion of things, so they could get community service immediately for their participation. Students make a 1-year commitment to this, not the 3-year commitment that the rest of the committee makes.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yes.
Yeah, and do we advertise that a lot with our high schools or stuff? Or?
We did send several emails directly to ASB, the people who lead ASB, to the Equity Council, and Ms. West can actually speak to that because she actually did that portion of.
Sure, absolutely. One direct communication that we've been really trying to identify more effective strategies to recruit students to be a part of the Instructional Materials Committee. It is a pretty significant commitment. And so one of the things that we did this year at the recommendation, actually, of Director Bettinger, once we started seeing, every year we have students come in as a part of their civil, I can't think of the word right now. Civics, thank you, the civics class. They come in to the board meetings and they have the opportunity to speak. And I think in one of our conversations, you talked about really targeting those students to see if they'd be interested in serving in a further continuing their service. So one of the things we did at the last meeting when we had a round of students that came in is I sat in the back and had a flyer with all the IMC information on it, a QR code, because most of our students might have some kind of digital device so that they could easily go on and do that. And we did actually that one night, before the night was even over, we were still here at the board meeting, had a student sign up and really enthusiastic about being a part of the committee. So I want to connect with the civics teachers to get the timeline for when that's happening so that we can proactively kind of push in that avenue. We also sent direct communication to all of the ASB clubs and activity sponsors requesting any recommendations of students who might want to serve. So we're getting, I think, a little bit better at targeting and recruiting students for this. So we're open to any ideas. So if anyone who's paying attention and listening to the meeting tonight, if you have some thoughts or ideas, please email me or Dr. Corbley directly.
I just think about my seniors. I was talking to them the other day, because I always chat with my seniors just because that's what we do in psychology. And one of the things that we were talking about is just they feel like sometimes with Renton School District people, it's like students are brought out for showpieces and then put away. And so the idea of they want people from the school district office to come into the classrooms, come into where the students are, and not be afraid of the schools or the students, because that's where they are. And they want personal invites. They want you to come to classes and say, hey, who's interested? They want to see you there, not just emails, texts, social media is fine, but I feel like what they were telling me is it's like they really appreciate it more when people come in, because then they're more convinced, because they want to see who's coming to see them, because they want to, because they're really curious, like, who am I going to be on this committee with? Who is the person who's going to be in charge? Is it someone I can look up to? Is it someone that I can connect with? Do they look like me? Do they represent my community? So those are the things I was shocked that they said all that, but not really, because they're great students. But like I think that could be a way too. I know that's harder, but connecting with the civics teachers, I think, is your into getting some of this stuff in. So that was just my kind of 2 cents. I was just like, wow, my students are amazing, but also like they just want to be asked. Even if they'll tell you no, they still want to just be asked. Yeah.
No, I think we can absolutely have, I think, a little bit of a campaign to kind of get that going. So I appreciate and value that idea. Thank you.
And when we're choosing, I mean, our policies dictate a certain amount of the adults on this committee, right? There's so many teachers, there's so many administrators, so many parents. And, I mean, is that, they sign up because they want to do this, or how's that advertised?
They absolutely signed up because they want to be a part of the process. If I could change anything with how we are currently kind of operating and structuring our instructional materials committee meetings, is really finding different ways so that it fits everyone's schedule. You know, recognizing a lot of times, like, our meetings are happening at the end of the school day. Our teachers have had a very, very full schedule already. And the work that they do as a part of this committee is pretty significant. You know, the impact, lasting impact that it has for students and the resources that we're able to adopt. In addition to just having, I guess, debate and discussion around what's going to be the most appropriate, and there's like a community building that comes as a part of that process. So it's really important work. The folks are really, really dedicated. They use sometimes a lot of their personal time to do the pre-work before attending the meetings. So just really thinking about what are opportunities that we could, I'm going to say, ease a little bit of the burden and the commitment on their personal time to be able to do this work. I don't think they're complaining yet, but, you know, if we can come up with some creative ideas to be able to make that happen, you know, really like to see that, because we value and want to keep these folks who are very enriched throughout this process and committed to the process and have learned from being a part of this committee, how it operates and all of those pieces, that just becomes a part of our institutional knowledge, and we'd just like to continue to see that grow.
And besides the policy, though, there's also like a union agreement with KEA on some of this stuff too. Is that correct? And so that has to be bargained and as well?
Yeah, actually, and that is new in the contract.
Okay.
And we have members, our KEA members that are here this evening, and that was something that was added to the contract this year and as a part of our bargaining process, that KEA would recommend so many members to be a part of the committee. So yes, so a part of what you're seeing on this amended list right now this evening are some of the recommendations that came from KEA. It came after the board had approved the IMC list. A few of the members that were on IMC, KEA recommended a few members that were already a part of the IMC committee, so you don't see those new names added in this amendment.
Yeah, it's just really important work, and I thank you for all you're doing with that. And maybe I'll go out to more civics classes, and I went to Kentwood and had a good time, and maybe I'll ask about this too then.
Absolutely, we will take all the recruiters that we can get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Further discussion? Okay. I'll call for the vote on 8.07, Instructional Materials Committee Membership Amendment. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 8.09.
8.08.
Oh, wait. Sorry about that. I need glasses on these, they're so small. 8.08, resolution number 1623, certifying there is no suitable space available for any continuous school school district.
I move that we approve 8.08, resolution number 1623, certifying there is no suitable space available in any contiguous school district.
Second.
Discussion.
I know what this is, but I don't think like the general public knows. Could someone do like a brief summary of what this means and what this is?
Sure. Thank you, Vice President Benno. I have Executive Director Mr. Dave Buzzard, who is here tonight to kind of share what it is, purpose of it, and the procedural part of it. Thank you.
President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Santello. Yes, I will give my elevator pitch. So with this procedural item that is required by OSPI, it gives this district the ability that in the future, when we want to build new buildings, that we are allowed to apply for state matched funds. And the state match funds are extra money that the state gives us on top of the budget that we have already established to build new buildings.
Got
It has been this district's protocol before me and with me that we budget for our buildings 100% and we do not rely on state matched funds. If districts rely on state matched funds and something doesn't occur because you do not know what the full amount of the state match fund you will get, it is very hard to come up with your final budget. There have been a few districts in the past that have not been able to fortify the budget of a building once built.
And as I understand, because I needed some education on this issue too, Mr. Buzzard, this is kind of like it comes up every 5 or 6 years that you need to fill it out if you're going to do it and do it right and keep up with the process. It's kind of like an ongoing check-in. Is that correct with other?
That is correct, President Hamada, and what it revolves around what is called a state study and survey. Since our district has received state match funds for decades for new buildings, we are required by OSPI every 6 years to provide a state and study survey of the buildings that we have provided that have a condition rating. Because the state wants to make sure that their dollars that they're giving us are being built for buildings, and then we are taking care of our buildings. So that's why we have the state study and survey. It's procedural, it's a requirement, and that's why we do it.
I got a follow-up question, because maybe I'm not understanding totally then. I thought I knew, but I guess I don't. But don't we have like a couple schools that are suitable, like the old KPA building and the Kent Valley Early Learning Center? Like they're not,
We got a lot of schools.
but they're like not necessarily occupied at 100% at this point. Am I misunderstanding this then?
So what you're at, so the resolution is us asking other districts if there's contiguous service for them, so or their space. We are always, at this point, we will be unhoused. And that's how you get state match funds, is if you're unhoused. We have 172 portables.
Okay.
We do not identify the district as, a portable is not a permanent structure. So we will be unhoused until all of our portable structures are gone.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
So I asked a question before the meeting too about this because I was confused as well. And so it looks like we passed this and this was passed in 2016, 2007, and 2006. So, and I know that you were talking about every 6 years. So is it, I'm just trying to follow the flow and the pattern because that's what my brain is looking for. And so I'm just wondering, are we doing this in advance of planning to build more buildings?
So, point of correction, we have only done this resolution in 2015 and tonight.
Okay.
We did not do this in 2016 or 2018.
No, 2007 and 2006 is where I found it.
That's a possibility. I'll have to go back and look at that one,
Yeah.
but, so in those, that is correct. So what we do is we look for future state match dollars. That's why we're doing it.
So, again, because it's come up, so are we planning on building more buildings? Is that why, because you said we do this every 6 years, so I'm just trying to get clarity, because I'm uncomfortable with, because I know that there's a bond coming, and I know there's a new capital facilities plan, so I just want us to have a sense of comfort that this, that I'm not gonna be surprised that there's a new building on the horizon, because, a lot of people have been asking about, like, the Kent Valley Early Learning Center, for one. If we need space and we need to build new buildings, why did we give away a building? That's what I've been hearing. So, right now, I don't have a level of comfort with this that I understand what I'm voting on.
So I might take a point to go back. So this is for any future buildings that we as a district decide that we're going to build through a process of having a boundary committee task force, having the board approve us to go out for another bond or a capital measure, and for us to decide if we do in fact need to build buildings. That's why we do this procedural item. I can tell you, as the Executive Director of Capital Planning, I do not see any new buildings being built for us today.
Okay, so then I'll play devil's advocate. What if we didn't vote for this? What would happen? What impact would it have?
We would not be eligible for state match funds if we're ever able to build another building again in the future.
For 6 years or for the whole future?
For 6 years.
Okay, so, and so, I guess, am I inferring correctly that there's an anticipation that in the next 6 years, a building's gonna need to be built?
But if we don't do this, we will definitely, OSP will give us a letter asking us why we did not pass this requirement, because it is procedural.
If I can clarify, keep in mind, the state does not allocate money for match funds on a regular basis. It literally is coming from the sale of timberlands, and so the result is they stockpile the money, and then on a given date when they decide they're going to make it available, the matching dollars then in fact become available. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm even more confused.
But the way I understand it is that this is for us to have, just in case that we decide to build, so that we can have that matching. Otherwise, we cannot go to the state and say, hey, match us because we want to have this building.
That is correct. Again, to me, it seems very a simplistic procedural item that is a requirement from OSPI due to the 6-year state study survey that we have to provide to them every year since we've been receiving state match funds. That's why we have to do it. Every district has to do this. Once you start receiving state matched funds on a building, you have to have this requirement every 6 years to have a state study and survey done within the limits of your facility, and then have that issued to the state so that you can be eligible in the future in case you ever decide that you are going to build a building, and we could have all the funds within our next bond measure. The issue is that we're able to gain more dollars from the state and say, hey, we're going to build a new building, and we're unhoused, and we're eligible for state match.
Okay.
At Covington Elementary, we had $3.4 million of free state money that came to this district because of that procedural.
That you did in 2015? When did the building go up?
2018.
Okay, so I guess I'm still confused by the timing of it. Is it on a state schedule where
Yes.
it's like 2016? So then why didn't we so 2015 you're saying? I thought it was 2016, but I'm probably wrong. but it was around there. So if it happened in 2015 or 2016, then why didn't it happen 6 years prior? I guess that's where I'm confused, and I'm just, again, to feel comfortable, I've got to see where it fits in, and so if it's like, if we're on the state schedule, then I think we missed the state schedule because there's bigger than a 6-year gap. So that's confusing to me. And then it's like, if we can do it at any time, then I don't understand why we're not waiting till after the boundary study and after the capital facilities study is done, is my confusion.
This item is not connected with the CFP at all. It has nothing to do with the capital facilities plan. And I will go back, Director Benninger, and I will make sure that I get back to the board all of the dates in history that we have of when we have done this.
Thank you, Mr. Buzzard. So in summary, this is not connected to a new building. It is to put us in a position to receive matching funds in the event we do build a building in the future. Example, if we were to receive and get back all of our enrollment at once, that would be great.
Yep.
What if we were to exceed that enrollment, where we were way above what we expected? Those are the types of things this procedure allows us to be able to be prepared for in order to receive additional dollars. So again, that's the summary. Thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
And I appreciate that. And at one point you said it was simplistic, but I mean, to you in your area, I think that's simplistic to you. I feel like I was not as aware, so I needed that explanation. So I do appreciate that, but I didn't feel like it was very simplistic because it's not my realm. But I do appreciate you going more in depth and explaining, because that helped me understand a little bit better, because this is not my area.
And I think too, it's important for our public to understand that any area that we have or any contracts we've got into for our community partners to use or take advantage of would not be the building capacity that we would need in the future. I mean, we're not giving away the ship to build something new because we don't have that building or space down the road that we're really going to need, no matter what we have done here. And I think they're under some illusions that by giving away space to our partners, Kent Youth and Family Service, Bezos Foundation for the preschool, that even doing that, if we hadn't done it, we would still be doing this today, and we would still be down the road probably, trying to go after this for procedural. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, let's go on to the vote. I'll call for the vote. Thank you. On resolution number 1623, certifying there is no suitable space available in any contiguous school district. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay.
Nay.
Any absentee votes? The motion carries. Okay, we're on to 8.09. Care for Student Grant, Kentwood High School. I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of 809 Care for Student Grant, Kentwood High School.
A second.
Discussion.
Yeah, this particular grant is literally a competitive grant, and the money is specifically targeted at academic support for students, particularly in math and science and after school, taking care of, among other things, teachers and, in fact, some transportation.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote on 8.09, Care for Student Grants, Kentwood High School. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion, absentees, the motion carries. We're on to 8.10, purchase of forklift equipment for new warehouses. I'm sorry. I should have brought my glasses tonight. I'll entertain a motion.
I move, go ahead. I move that we approve 8.10 purchase of forklift equipment for a new warehouse.
I second.
Discussion.
I have a couple. First of all, I've never heard so much about a forklift in my entire life.
That's what we're laughing.
I was going to say that.
And second thing, it has nothing to do with this, but I noticed we're calling it New Warehouse or whatever. Is it going to have an official name, or we're just going to keep calling it the former Kent Meridian High School pool location? So I'm just kind of curious about that. Like, that's a real question for.
No, we actually have a plan for that. Recall that originally the plan was to just make it a gravel parking lot.
Yeah.
Knowing that we have need for storage, little did we know that the pandemic was going to hit, where we need areas to store supplies, et cetera. So Mr. Buzzard can share a little bit more about what we have the plan, including potentially a name for it after we think about all its uses.
Can you name it after this?
And then we can talk about the forklift.
That'd be a great one. So yes, absolutely. The building, once we got it back from the Y, Israel and I had many conversations about it. And the maintenance storage building, which is on this campus in the back, which was 10,000 square foot, cost our district about $4.2 million to build that. When I looked at that building and said, oh, a pool, let's fill it. People thought I was a little crazy. But 7,815 square feet, and it cost us about $180,000 out of non-bond to fill that thing and get it so it's flat. Now what we'd like to do is come back to the board at some point in time, and we want to spend some residual dollars because we want to close our 2006 bond. And we were going to come to that to see if we can maybe add a project to use those residual dollars. We would like to rack that place, put racking in it. We would like to modify the offices in the front and also build some lean-to athletic storage around the back side of it. It's going to be a great place. It will be a whole lot better than the gravel parking lot that was originally thought for maybe a new building. But I think what we did is we saved our district a lot of resources of tearing it down and then having to rebuild it. And the name, there's a lot of them out there. It's been kicked around of Central Storage and Athletic Office. So that's kind of where we're at. No official name yet, but we'll bring it to the board because we have to name our buildings, right? So.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
So this wasn't, the money for this wasn't budgeted it wasn't forecast in this year's budget? Or
It was not. No, for what is being done right now, yes, that was part of an approved non-bond dollar that we did as part of the KM softball field as well, too. We took those dollars. And then what we're coming back to, and I just daylighted that to you, but we will be coming to the board soon to spend some residual dollars. We want to spend down the rest of the 2006 because all the projects are done. So we have some residual dollars in there, and this is one of them that we'd like. 2006 bond.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
And you'll be getting that soon.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
thank you.
Further discussion.
Let's talk about this forklift.
All right. I'm going to call for the vote on the purchase of forklift equipment for the new warehouse. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 9.0, informational. 9.01, policy 1450, absence of a board member. Any discussion?
These are all just information.
Just informational, we just know, yeah.
Okay. All right. We're moving on to 10.0, and I'll entertain a motion for all of them, or if there's one that wants to be pulled, let me know.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda 10.01 through 10.18.
17. Oh, 18.
Because there's a supplemental report, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I second.
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Anything we want to pull? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept our consent agenda, item 10.01 through 10.18. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising their right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 11.0, communication. And final communication from the audience. We have none? Okay. We have some?
I'm sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All righty. And is it Lynette Sargent?
Yes.
Come on up. And you're going to speak about the LGBTQIS and the book consideration.
I wanted to tell those students here that that was very brave for them to come up here and do this, because I find this challenging. Interim superintendent, president of the board, and members of the board, thank you for giving me this time to speak this evening. I'm the parent of a recent graduate of the Kent School District, and I want to tell you about them. My child tested into the high-cap program in 3rd grade, chose honors classes throughout middle school, maintained a full academic class load as well as zero-hour JROTC rival team in high school, where they and their team both won division titles. They placed 11th, and their team won 5th place in a 4-state regional championship, and they were awarded the non-commissioned officers award their senior year. They enrolled in Running Start, graduating with both associate's degree and high school diploma at the age of 17, and moved on to complete their bachelor's degree in entrepreneurial business last year at the age of 19, a full 2 years before many of their classmates. I tell you this because I want you to know how exceptional my child is. They are also a part of the LGBTQIA+ community. I have been following on community boards and in the media in the recent attention to specifically LGBTQ+ centered books being challenged in our district's library system, and I am concerned. Even with the stated district policy of inclusion and support for kids like mine, anti-LGBTQ+ sentiment within our schools often made my child a target. I have been told by other parents in the district that my child was no better than a liar and a thief, and that they were going to hell. I was told I had better keep a close eye on their attendance because kids like mine will skip class to have sex in the bathrooms. If you understand what asexuality is, you would know how truly ironic that accusation is. My child was 13 at the time. Parents have targeted my child at school events for the simple act of wearing a tuxedo when the rest of their choir wore dresses. By parents. My child has been chastised by faculty in direct violation of state law and was targeted almost on a daily basis by threats of violence by other students. There is a lot that Kent School District does very well for our students. But to say that there is work to be done to live to the values professed by this district's, by the values professed by this district is understated at best. I will finish, I'm sorry. If you're going to consider the appropriateness of material specific to a particular community, especially a marginalized community, what steps are the district taking to make sure voices who are part of that community are involved in the process? And how are you making sure that that process itself is equitable and transparent? After our experience, my child has been in this Kent School District for their entire career. They are amazing. And kids like them deserve better. Thank you for your time.
All right, and thank you. I'm going to take a point of privilege to say that as a parent, thank you for your courage tonight. All right, we'll go on with board director reports. Director Clark.
Well, I attended my second KCDA meeting, and in the irony of the new world, I was the only board member present. Everybody else was Zooming called in, but again, it was towards spring break and some of those issues. But I recall, as I said, I was on the KCDA board 10 years ago, and the size of what they handle is just absolutely stunning. Only one school district in the state doesn't have a contract with them. 96% of Oregon has a contract with them. 94% of of Idaho has a contract with them, and 98% of Alaska has a contract with them. Now, not surprisingly, in that wholesale business, by buying large lots and then redistributing, they're providing a service, and if you get your orders in a timely fashion, you get them in a timely fashion. But I was caught off guard. The warehouse has not grown, but what has grown is the industrial distribution system inside. I just trying to catch up on clearly coming back into school, the orders exploded, as you can well imagine. But ironically, they have basically been running fairly flat, constantly busy, but flat, as opposed to the usual big uptick and so forth. So it's nice to know we've got a system that is changing with the times and in fact is handling literally orders all over the country. From another little objective of mine, I've been very concerned about Ukrainian refugees coming into this region of the world, because I don't think any of us think that while President Biden offered basically relocate 100,000, that is by any means a reasonable cap in terms of what's going to occur. But I did, in trying to coordinate school district efforts around South King County, I attended the Refugee Forum. Those are groups that basically support the relocation of refugees throughout King County. And the education of this one continues to grow on me. So Biden allocates 100,000 spots. Promptly, 5,000 Ukrainians passed over the border between Mexico and California, and the assumption of this group was that about a third of them would be headed this way. So I don't know how accurate that is, but having talked to the high school principals, we have picked up 22 Ukrainian students in just the high schools in just the last week. Unfortunately, I made the assumption that these were all going to be European educated students, and it's evident that's not necessarily accurate. Clearly, it's a large agricultural country, among other things, but The ones coming in right now are literally being housed by host families. And so unfortunately, families are getting split even as they come in because the elementary kids are, fill in the blank. But there are some real challenges. I thought high school age kids would have been exposed to English to a certain degree, but it's real clear that I was off on that. And so there is a real communication gap that we're going to have to continue to work on. And just as a general reminder, I brought it up before, the Afghan population hasn't even begun to flow. So you know that that's being taken care of in a different manner, but the bottom line is it's significant, and we are certainly going to see more. So anyway, that's my report.
And would you like to explain for the public the committee that you sit on for this district? We know what it is, but what it does, what you've accepted that additional responsibility.
Okay, so I'm to be perfectly honest. I mean, I'm trying to look ahead in terms of what's likely to occur, and I think it is a safe bet that the war is going to continue to drive out much greater numbers. The original border counts that were giving were 5 million, and then suddenly the number jumped to 7 million overnight, and that's not going to stop. I was well aware of, I came to this school district in 1982, and was well aware of that wave of Ukrainians that were coming in at that particular period of time. They were being church-sponsored based on discrimination back in their native country. And I knew that there were significant numbers of them in South King County. I was well aware of a significant population in Auburn, and I didn't research, but I wasn't surprised to find a significant population in Federal Way. And of course, the Ukrainian center is actually located in Renton, and that was the result of that first wave of immigrants. And I believed that, in fact, we were going to change our process in terms of dealing with this population. The reason for that, obviously, was the dominant population was, in fact, women and children. That the government obviously incurs significant costs trying to house and care for them where they're currently located in border countries, but that's unsustainable. And so the logic became that there was likely to be significant numbers, and that the United States system was going to have to alter to change that. The greater Seattle area is not a simple normal repository. It's the 20th largest metropolitan area in the country, but it's number 6 in terms of refugees being relocated. And I don't think that's going to change. So what I was trying to do is coordinate a system of taking some of the school districts in South King County, because we were well aware that if they did change and were more rapid in terms of locating and host families, we already had a background on many of those families. They went through our schools. So we could help expedite and everything from background checks or whatever else, stability factors have to be figured into that. But the fact is, those kids are like any other group coming through, have to be assessed. And so I was working on a plan to basically ask 4 school districts to basically support taking care of a large number of refugee students all at once. because among other things, we know we already have the families that are likely to be hosts here. And if we could coordinate, then conceivably the federal government would shift in its approach. And now, instead of talking about dribbles and drabs of refugee students showing up, we might be talking about sustained plane loads coming in. And let's say, for argument's sake, there were 5,000. Let's say there were 3,500 school-age kids within that mix. How do you process that large number? But by setting up a cooperative agreement between Federal Way, Tahoma, Auburn, and Kent, we could in fact create pooling basically by bus, locating different grade levels in different school districts, setting up a process, because we already have a Ukrainian-speaking population, to basically assist in that process and create a generic type of system. And because we're all well aware that if the kid shows up that they're going to be housed in Highline, we'll take them in this process. We'll run the processing and assessment, and they, of course, will be attending in, for argument's sake, in Burien, and we would simply forward the materials because we set up and assisted and supported a system that could handle a large number. So we're still in the exploratory stage. I was grateful that all 4 superintendents did in fact concur that they would assist. So.
Thank you. Director Bettinger.
All right, thank you. That's interesting. All right, it's about theater this month and in May. So Kent Meridian High School audiences can enjoy an original production of Unstable Connections, and that'll be late May. I'm very excited to see that. Kent Lake High School has Gypsy the Musical May 12th until May 21st. I'm excited to see that. Kentwood High School Mamma Mia the Musical May 11th until May 21st. I'm excited to see that. Kent Ridge High School is probably almost done with tonight's opening of Catch Me If You Can, which runs through May 7th. I've been volunteering, so I saw that. So that's the fun stuff. And now, you know, you're thinking broadly. I'm bringing it home here a little bit, thinking locally. A lot has happened in the first 4 months of 2022. And so I wanted to take a careful step back and assess what's been going on. And so, talking about theater, going back to my roots, a wise person once told me, if you believe the good reviews, you have to believe the bad reviews. And as a board director, you get a lot of reviews, good and bad. And so they've generated a reflection, and it's brought me to this point. And just being honest, I've skirted around this topic so many times for 2.5 years, and I'm at the point now that I'm willing to speak my truth, because remaining silent has not proven effective. I have an HR background. I've been really concerned about a lot of things, and so I'm going to speak my truth. It's not easy. It's not comfortable, but I think it's clear that a lot of things haven't been going well in our district for a long time. And here's my wondering, and it's a hard wondering, is could it be because the adults in the Kent School District are caught up in a cycle of harassment, intimidation, and bullying? So no one is immune, no one is above it, and many times someone, if it's caught up in a cycle, they just that negative cycle, they unwittingly perpetuate it by either not speaking up or by reacting with similar behavior. It's, you know, it's that type of reaction. And it can change situationally. So sometimes someone, I might not say anything, and sometimes I might speak up. So no shame, and no shame to anyone that would be caught up in a negative cycle. Most people do it out of self-preservation. Organizational harassment, intimidation, and bullying is not just a one-off incident, but it's repeated health-harming mistreatment of one or more persons, which might manifest in certain ways. And so I'm going to kind of talk about them, because sometimes people don't realize that the patterns and the connections. So deceit, repeatedly lying, not telling the truth, concealing the truth, deceiving others to get one's way, or creating false hopes with no plans to fulfill them. Intimidation, which I think that's pretty explanatory. I'm willing to email this list to anyone who wants to see it. Ignoring, isolation, exclusion, so that's forgetting to invite people to meetings, or selectively interacting with people, intentionally excluding someone, or purposefully excluding someone from decisions, conversations, and related events. Rationalization, constantly justifying or defending behavior, or making excuses for acting in a particular manner. Minimization, minimizing, discounting, or failing to address someone's legitimate concerns or feelings. Diversion, dodging issues, acting oblivious or playing dumb, changing the subject to distract away from the issues, canceling meetings, and avoiding people. Shame and guilt, I think those are probably self-explanatory too. Undermining work, delaying and blocking work, or progress on projects or assignments, pitting people against one another, removal of responsibility or changing someone's role with no direct reason, impossible or changing expectations, so setting up nearly impossible expectations, and also those that constantly change or are inconsistent based on a person. Mood swings, it can be if you're dealing with just one person. Criticism, withholding information, intentionally withholding information from someone or giving them the wrong information. Projection of blame, shifting blame to others and using them as a scapegoat, not taking responsibility for problems or issues. Taking credit or stealing credit. This one's called seduction, but it's not what you think. Using excessive flattery and compliments to get people to trust, then lower their defenses and be more responsive to manipulative behavior. And then creating a feeling of uselessness. It's a really uncomfortable list. And I share it because it most consistently gives voice to what I have witnessed, heard of, or experienced during my time as a parent, advocate, and board director here in the Kent School District. I'm wondering if what I'm sharing now resonates with anyone else and if they're feeling it. And again, shame off anyone, and it's an easy cycle to get trapped in. So I'm wondering if anyone else is interested in examining, without shame or blame, whether they see this cycle too, and if so, whether it could be a symptom of our systems, practices, or policies. I'm not naive. Breaking cycles isn't easy. In fact, it's scary. I'm scared right now. It leaves one vulnerable to attack. It's time-consuming. It requires honesty. It requires discussion, agreement, and action to consider to implement changes that might be necessary. So because this is scary, I'm in no way asking people to forgive and forget actions that have harmed them. I'm just asking that people consider what I'm saying with curiosity, especially if any of what I'm saying resonates or elicits a strong response. Negative cycles thrive on silence and darkness, and I personally always want to be a better human being and a better board director. And I'm on this journey of curiosity, learning, and understanding, and I welcome anyone to join me. And that's all I have to say tonight.
Director Farah.
Thank you, President Hamada. Since last board meeting, I was able to participate National School Board Association Conference in San Diego, which took place from March 31st through April 3rd. As a board member, I am very proud that we were able to finalize the hiring of a superintendent. We had multiple meetings, executive sessions, interviews. I am proud of our work. We've done due diligent work. Now that milestone is complete, we need to concentrate what is important, tasks ahead. Last Monday, I was able to participate a mock interview for kids in Kent. KLA, Kent Laboratory Academy, and was able to really see how kids are developing. I mean, I was proud to be there because those kids, the eye contact they made, it was just amazing. And this was them to learn how to be able to go through an interview. Majority of them were seniors, and they were going to go for job interviews. What really blew me away was one of the kids that told me, 18-year-old worked 6 days so that he can support his family. So that I couldn't imagine him working that many hours, getting off work at 1 o'clock, and he had to be at school 7 o'clock. That's the kind of kids we have. So I couldn't be more proud. I could not be more proud. I just wanted to let the seniors, graduating seniors, know that Greater Kent Historical Society has a scholarship, actually 2 scholarships. And if you want to apply those scholarships, please go to their website, Greater Kent Historical Society, and you should apply. The deadline is May 20th. So I just wanted to make sure that the seniors, graduating seniors, have that opportunity. And there's other organizations that also offer scholarships, so you should do that. Since last board meeting we had, I was able to visit multiple immigrant families because as an immigrant, I know what it means and the lack of knowledge of understanding that you should be the one advocating for your children's education. So I'm always going around and letting them know that they are the advocate for their children's education, and they should always do so. I can say this without any hesitation. We have the best staff in our district, very talented, and I'm proud to be KSD. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Let's just make sure that we had the important task ahead of us. I mean, our kids' education. I couldn't say more. That we have the best and the brightest staff at KSD, and they are willing to go above and beyond. And I want to thank you, and I'm proud to be part of you. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Vice President Bennett.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to all the staff, educators, people of KSD. I appreciate you and those who are watching and who are here today. We had some great reports from Mr. Eric and Ms. Teresa Fields, which was amazing. I do want to say I wasn't trying to disrespect Kent Meridian. I love your school. That courtyard, though. I'm going to say that courtyard, though. But I also want to address Lynette, who came, the parent who spoke, and that really kind of touched my heart. And I really have been thinking over the last few months about like who's at the table, who isn't at the table when we have discussions. And I think a lot of our discussion when we talk about power and privilege is that the people who are in power tend to make the choices that affect the people who do not have that privilege. And ultimately, whatever decisions that we make, we always need to account for who's there and who's not. And I think about like intent versus impact. What are we intending to do? What's the impact of it? And of choices that we make, specifically on more marginalized students or more marginalized groups. And I feel like as a person who's a queer person or a gay person, or whatever you want to call me, that I feel like that I constantly have to kind of voice that, because I feel like sometimes like we talk about like, oh, remove those books, and I was just like, wait, but for some students, those are the only books that you get. So there's all this conversation. I think that conversation will come at a future day. But I just think we need to just be aware of people's rights that infringe on other people's rights. Like you have a right to, make a complaint to remove a book, but then you're infringing on other people's rights. And I think that sometimes in our society that we think that we're the star of our show, that we negate everybody else's appearance in the same show that we're all in this life, right? And so that my opinion doesn't overpower your opinion just because I think something. Like, regardless, our curriculum, our libraries need to be windows and mirrors. Windows, students need to be able to look out the window and see everyone that's there, but they also need to look in the mirror and look at themselves reflected in the materials that are here. So I will always advocate for windows and mirrors when it comes to books and curriculum. Always, always, always. That's a hill I will die on. Always about curriculum and library materials. And so I thank you for coming and speaking your truth. It really touched my heart, because it gave me a little PTSD of like younger days and older days growing up in Idaho. And I'm always going to be an advocate for supporting LGBTQ students regardless. Like for instance, like since we last met, I went to the Gliston, Washington LGBTQ Youth and Educator Conference. Sue Bird was our keynote speaker, who is freaking amazing. And I just love listening to her talk about her as an activist, athlete, queer person, WNBA. What a superb person. What an amazing message that she had. I co-led a session, a roundtable with Senator Claire Wilson, who is an openly queer person as well. And if you haven't talked to her, wow, like what an amazing, great person. Like she is just so knowledgeable. And just being able to just reference after reference to anything. It was great. On the last Friday was the National Day of Silence, which is a national student-led demonstration that a lot of schools participate in, where LGBTQ students, allies, take a vow of silence for the day to kind of address harmful effects of being harassed, discriminated, or being silenced for your sexuality, gender, or gender identity, gender expression, specifically in schools where a lot of students are bullied and harassed for that. I think it's great for student leaders to kind of step up and advocate for their beliefs, which is also good. We definitely had lots of meetings regarding superintendent hiring, and congratulations to Mr. Vela on being selected. I'm looking forward to working with you, and all the stuff that you talked about earlier, I'm very excited to kind of see what happens and make it happen. I'm very excited about your I love the, what were you saying? I was writing it down and then I forgot. The idea of like, I'll come back to that. Oh, finishing strong, starting strong, staying strong. Like, I'm a fan. We need to do that. I too went to the National School Board Association conference. I went to a lot of sessions on policy, oddly enough, and most of the sessions I went to were pretty good. I was like, I'm going to present next year because I can present better. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a proposal in to present, and because I think I have a lot of great things to present with. I do have some, I'm always going to have some feedback about diversity, inclusion, and equity. I would love to see some more sessions on supporting LGBTQ students, specifically navigating national policy as that kind of constantly changes, specifically with Title IX and our trans students, et cetera. I was also invited to participate in WA, the Washington State Labor Council, and AFT Washington did a cross-labor forum session, and I co-presented about being a board member, also being a union activist, and kind of like navigating kind of like both sides of that. I met with KEA leadership to discuss some things, and again, meeting with labor partners. To me, being a union activist, I'm always going to meet with labor partners because I think it's really important to kind of hear people's perspectives about what's going on. Things coming up, that was just the past. We haven't met for a month, right? But we did a lot. Upcoming, my goal is to see the plays at the different schools. I think it's really important to support the arts, and I would love to see us as a district do more to support the arts. We have a May 4th policy session on the calendar. I'm looking forward to that. I mean, all that policy stuff I went to at the school board conference, I might as well put that into action. I mean, just really, I'm not as good as policy as Michelle or Director Benninger, but I mean, I think policy, like thinking about it and how it supports the work that we do is important. On our calendar is also a board protocol session on May 18th, which is coming up, and a South King County Discipline Coalition on the calendar. I'm hoping that we're still meeting. So again, I'm always gonna ask to meet with student groups. I mean, being a teacher, it's hard to always be off, but I definitely wanna make sure that I connect with students and discussing student mental health, and looking forward to being invited to a boundary review meeting at some point and some equity meetings. So I'm hoping that that happens in the near future. And that concludes my report.
Well, thanks for hanging in there, all you people in the room, appreciate that. And again, I'm going to reiterate, a lot has happened since our last regular board meeting, and I attended for 2 days a symposium put on by Kingmakers and watched in their videos during the online sessions different message and styles of teaching and learning. And I asked at the end of the conference, in one of the chat rooms, I asked the director and CEO of Kingmakers, Chris Chapman, if I could come in person to the classes that they used in Seattle, because they've made a lot more progress there. And he said he was going to make that happen. So I mean, it was really interesting to see how the different styles of teaching and how the kids actually led a lot of those sessions, and how it worked and made them more engaging from the minute they came in the classroom, that they really had a say in what was going on in their classrooms. And we're working with them, so I'm interested in seeing what's going to come of that. And earlier this month, I also, because equity is important to me, sat in, like I mentioned before, with Neely O'Brien on teaching Black students and their book study that they're working with their community partners, CNC. So all of this is, I'm seeing, not only are we making resolutions as a board in equity and inclusions, and we have these wonderful signs behind us, we're actually putting that into action. And that's very important to me, not just to be using words or standing behind that, but seeing something happening in progress being made. And I'm really, I mean, through the PTA meetings that I've sat in on, Neely O'Brien, I'm seeing a lot more parent engagement and parents that are not normally at the table. So I'm seeing things change at that school. So that's exciting to me. And I think we're really listening to the Educators of Color Network and the South King County Coalition on Discipline by taking these kind of steps and putting it into action. The latest survey that came out, I don't know if you, I think it's on the website, on equity and inclusion, the results for the 2021-22 school year show some impressive results. A 10% increase from the last school year in students feeling they belong in our schools. In other words, they're included. And a 13% increase of students who daily or weekly spend time with students who are different from them. That's just a start, and they did have some things on there that we really do need to keep working on. But when you're starting to see improvements like that, and we're seeing statistics like that that are coming from our students, that's our population, those are our customers. And in that study, some takeaways that the person who did the survey mentioned, that it starts with yourself, meaning the student, or with me. So I'm trying to build that in myself. And then it builds to a building level for that inclusion and feeling a part of and taking time to be with others. And then it goes to a district level. And I'm very excited that our new Director in Equity, Simone Hamilton, coming to our district, has some really great ideas. And I think she's going to bring a real asset to this district. I spent some time talking to her. And I also want to welcome Richard Summers, Richard Summers, our new Native student and family liaison. He has a background that he grew up in Alaska in a small fishing village, graduated from the University of Washington. He's a former Marine. He worked in Africa and Iraq. He plans to work on getting more of our 506 forms, and he wants to start a parent engaged advisory committee for the Native Americans. And I think that's, again, it's showing we're acting upon our equity mission. What a wealth of experience and life happenings that this gentleman brings to our district. Another welcome is to Ra Crenshaw, who will be working under the Community of Schools of Kent in our district to help McKinney-Bento students in our secondary level. And again, engaging our kids who are homeless and have the needs so much, and working in partnership with the Community of Schools to make that happen. March 31st, one of the highlights as a board director for me was attending the Tunnel of Hope at Cedar Valley Elementary School. And I think my biggest takeaway from that, not only was the fire trucks there, the police, the mayor, Carmen, the mascot, taking pictures with the kids, and the parents that lived around there, I saw them as I was pulling their wagons with smaller children and the strollers, and everybody was all excited, and there was, coming into Cedar Valley. They don't have a very big parking lot, but they had cars parked all along the way down there to Cedar Valley. But to see the kids' faces, our students, and the staff, they thought it was so cool. They just kind of were walking along, and we were all clapping and praising them for what they do every day. But it was like a big deal. And I mean, we've gone through this pandemic, we've gone through a lot, and just organizing that, putting it together, the sirens were going on the fire truck. They were letting some of the kids climb in the fire trucks, but it was like a community coming together after some really hard times. And that was really a highlight of what went on there. And a little thank you today came to me from the Cedar Valley staff and scholars, and Jennifer Harjahausen out there. I know you probably know Jennifer. She's doing everything, but she's a dynamite. She helped put that together with the principal, Stallard at Cedar Valley, and I was really felt privileged to get an invitation to go. That's another example of making our students and staff, through action, feel appreciated and valued for what we do each day. And that didn't cost our budget $1. It just cost us to be there and do that. And a few samples of some great things that are going on outside our school. I was going to bring up our librarian, Gavin Downing, in his award, but Ms. Padilla already did that. Congratulations to him. That's quite a thing, and good luck going on. I'll be watching for what happens with that. 11 of our students at Washington State Spring High School photography competition placed, and 4 of them got first place. Amelia, Jan, Kong, and Heidi. All of these kids had a first place in photography. And I think that's wonderful that we're diversifying in what they do and what they take on and the success routes they have. And they can also turn into some pretty lucrative things in a profession to do this. I see that all our spring sports are in full swing, and I hope to get out to some of those events. It's been a big part of my life with my kids and my grandkids in sports. I know how important that is to our community. And while touring with one of our candidates for our superintendent on April 7th, Covington Elementary was also having a big field day. And that day just happened to be, I mean, on that Monday, it couldn't have been the worst. Rainstorm, windstorm, and everything. and Tuesday kind of continued that. But on Thursday, the skies opened up, the sun came down, the kids were out in the field doing laps and participating and having a great time, and that was fun. And and learning about some leadership that some of our boys there who had some issues, how they're turning their lives around and being leaders in their school at Covington Elementary. That was great to see. I'm looking forward to attending the Kentridge play on Friday night. I have a ticket. Catch me if you can. I've also got a ticket to later on in May, a Mamma Mia that's at Kentwood. Gypsy at Kent Lake. I tried to get some tickets there, but they haven't come online yet. I will. And Unstable Connection at Kent Meridian. I'm going to stand in line, get some tickets there too. Can you imagine for $10 the community engagement we can get from our kids? I mean, I don't know about you, but I kind of gasp when I see tickets if I buy them at the Paramount or Fifth Avenue when they were in session. But the quality of the last one I went to at Kentridge was amazing. And we can get it for $10. So, you know, just a little plug there. Get in there and get your tickets. I'm also looking forward to Founders Day that's coming up soon, put on by the PTA. And the last PTA meeting that I was at, I never thought about this because I was talking about Kent Meridian this year for the first time. As you know, I've been involved with that, helping put on a special party for the Kent Meridian because they really haven't been able to do that. And all the communities pulling together. Michelle knows that. She's been working on that probably a lot more than I have, but she's making some success. But all our PTAs really struggled when I was sitting in that meeting, and some of them said, well, we aren't even going to have anything. You know, and I was trying to get them involved. They said, well, we're not even going to have anything because their numbers are down, their money is down, but the few people who stay in that and stay engaged in that, that keep that torch burning through this pandemic, I applaud our PTSAs, and we need to be more culturally sensitive to that to keep that going. And I think about, you know, one of the important parts of a board director is to keep on top of the policies, and we've got a drumbeat going on that. We're working on our policies, and we're really working hard to get that done. Another part of a board director is definitely to watch over our budget, and I'm excited to hear from our Citizens Financial Advisor Committee. They're getting pretty close to being ready to open up their dashboard, a big project for all our community, and I'm looking forward to that presentation that's coming down the line. And one of the most important jobs we have as board directors is the hiring and selecting and evaluating a superintendent. And we did that last week. Not all of you may agree with that choice, but we did it. And I just want to say that it is up to an entire community to get behind that superintendent and staff to spring forth to new beginnings. And I'm reminded of some of my favorite poets, that no man or woman is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main, by John Donne. And an old African proverb, if you wish to go fast, go alone. If you wish to go far, go together. And reminded of one of my favorite singers and a song that I really loved. Celine Dion said, in her song about the world to believe in is, let's give our kids and our students again a world to believe in. The board of directors has settled a leader who knows Kent well, has put his kids through Kent schools, owns a home in Kent, has risen in the ranks in this district, has over 30 years of experience, has been an active member of our community, and I've worked with him not only in the schools, but with Kent Youth and Family Services and many other organizations, a man who speaks dual languages, and he understands the struggles of many diverse students in our district from the humble beginnings that he's had. And now he has the opportunity to change and bring in his thoughts and his staff and his wishes. But he is just one man. If it's going to be, as the saying goes, it's up to me. And that is me, is you, and me, and all of us. Whether you agree or disagree with the decision this board has taken, I personally am asking you, give it a chance. Give it a chance. And that concludes my report. And we are adjourned at 9:41.